will be part 2 of the Child of Light new player tutorial guide. I will link to part 1. So we just finished defeating the Hydra monster boss at the bottom of the well. So we now have Finn here as part of the party. We can now do a few things in this area. You can talk to Finn's grandpa here, who we saw as a crow, and he will give us a side quest to go defeat some enemies near his house, because he wants to go back to his house. This little room here, this is a little schoolhouse. We can't do anything in here yet, but notice this guy says he's hungry. He says he's hungry, and he's got a shovel next to his desk. He says, I would give a shovel for just an apple. That's relevant to a quest that we will get in a bit. So we're going to go back to this signpost here to go back to the other area of Capilli Village. And did we check this? Yeah, we did. Okay, we're going to talk to this lady over here. She's going to give us a side quest. She lost her prize pig, and she wants us to go find her pig. She mentions that he has a mark on it that will light up when illuminated. So now we can go back this way, and we're going to fly to the left and continue our journey. Finn is going to pop up and say that he wants to join us. Oh, actually, I think I did that at the end of the previous video. Okay. We're going to go down here once this wind stops blowing. And we don't have to fight this guy, but we can for practice. I think Rubella still has a ruby on her for fire damage. And so we didn't have to fight that guy, but we got some experience, and a lot of our team leveled up, so. The main reason we're going in this area is there's a Stardust that we can get in here, and some treasure chests and stuff. If we light it, we need this box up here, so we're gonna light this orb to open that little panel, so the box falls down. And here, you don't want to push the box up into the wind, because then you have to go around and get it again, so just kind of push it close and then wait for the wind to stop. You pushed onto that button, it opens that door up there. And we get the magic Stardust. And here, we normally we would go left and get some stuff, but before we do that, actually, yeah, sorry, we go left first. There's a magic Stardust here. And on this next part, before we go left, we go up to the right, because there is a confession there. And now we go up here, and we grab another magic Stardust. Now we go down into the left.
Aurora marched through gloomy meadows, down to a dusty plain, searching high and low for the sun and moon, despairing as she came. But just when she was certain her quest was hopeless, she was done. The path twisted to reveal. No, not the sun. Be patient, child. We have only begun.
As we came into this area, we passed a treasure chest. It's not a big deal, but you can just backtrack a little bit and grab it. You don't have to, but magic potions can be useful. Rubella makes a note that there's circus equipment here. Says that the circus came by this way. That's relevant because we're looking for Rubella's brother, who we will eventually find further ahead in the game. So that's kind of a hint that we're going in the right direction to find Tristis. We'll fight this guy just because we haven't seen this enemy before. I believe that so we've got, these look like grass type enemies that have a fire weakness. This guy I believe is weak to physical attacks. So let's see. So it did 89 damage for the tumble. Let's compare that to... Okay, so because we've been fighting so many optional enemies, we're pretty over-leveled at this point in the game, so we were able to kill that guy pretty quick, even if they weren't the ideal attacks to use. So there was a lady in Capilli Village who was looking for her lost pig. This is an example of what it looks like, but notice that when we try to glow with Igniculus, we don't see any marks that she had been talking about. So that is not the correct pig. I will eventually show you where the correct pig is. Same thing here. We can shine it on a Igniculus. We don't see any special marks, so that's not him either. So this is Nora, who is basically like Aurora's sister. She joins our party. Okay, I was just taking some notes on something. That's also not the correct pig. And again, I'm not necessarily... I might miss a few of the... where we got... Let me show... Where we got our... Nora was right here. Directly to the left of her is a confession that we want to grab. And if we fly up directly above where Nora was, there's a treasure chest worth grabbing. Because it's got ×2 potent magic potions. Those are useful. So I might not get every orb and treasure chest, but I will at least attempt to grab the majority of them. And this here, we don't have to do this. Going up here and getting this box and pushing it down. This just opens up a sort of optional area here that just gives us access to... It opens up this door here, but there was... it lets us get down to this treasure chest. But again, that wasn't really required to do any of that. The way I normally progress to the next area of the level is to go down... Oh, I didn't really mean to hit that guy, but that's okay. So normally to progress to the next area, I fly down here and go this way and go straight up. But if you're playing this your first time and you're trying to collect everything, then we go over to the left, we grab that Stardust, we go down here into these doors. On the left side here, we're going to grab this defense Stardust. We don't have to fight these flaming ghosts, but it's good practice, I suppose. Obviously they're made of fire, so they're going to have a weakness to Finn's water monsoon attack. So if we come over here, we can come get this treasure chest, but then we get blocked by this door here, and the lever to open the door is inside this cage that we can't get from this angle. So we have to go this way first. We can grab this confession here, and then we can go up and pull this lever, open that door, and now we can go around and access the stuff in that area. The most important thing to grab was that confession, which we were able to actually grab with Igniculus, like through the wall. But if you're playing for the first time, it's sort of recommended to explore everything and open all the treasure chests anyways. So we can go through here and get all the rest of this stuff. That little tune plays whenever you get into a kind of secret area at the end of one of these little mazes. So we got everything in this area, and now we can exit out. That's also not the correct pig. We will find it soon. We fly up here. You're going to rotate the wheel once to the right, or 90 degrees clockwise, so that the spikes are horizontal like that. And then you pull this lever to open the door on the left. And then we exit out the top, come back around to this middle entrance. And we could go this way, but first we're going to go down, because there is a strength Stardust here that we can grab. And see this pig here? If we glow it, see that little leaf icon that shows up on it? That's the secret mint mark that the lady had been talking about. So this is the pig we were looking for. So now we have successfully captured Achilles. So that's why we made that little detour there. Didn't really mean to hit that guy, but that's okay. We can fight them for practice. Okay, so these giants are more susceptible to physical attacks, because Finn's lightning only did 60 damage, whereas so let's instead go to let's just do some Aurora slashes instead. This is another one of those shrines that we will come back to much later in the game, so just kind of make a mental note of where that is. This lady here is worth talking to, because she acts as if you don't know what oculi are yet. And I suppose if you were hardcore speedrunning through the game, maybe you never opened any treasure chests yet and hadn't bothered messing with oculi yet. So she tries to introduce them to you. and gives you a few and tells you to kind of play around with combining them and making them into other stuff. So if you're not in a hurry, she's worth talking to just for the free oculi. Got some flaming spiders. Obviously, they're going to have a water weakness. And these rock guys, I don't think we fought one yet. They don't have a specific weakness, but as you would kind of expect from a rock, physical attacks don't do much damage, but magic attacks do lots of damage. So we're going to switch to Finn. Let's drop a fire monsoon on the fire spider. Water monsoon on the fire spider, and we'll use Aurora's starlight on the rock. This door here is an optional area that has, I believe, sort of a mini boss in here that we can fight. If you're really fast, you can maybe open that door and get through it before the lava comes in. But if it's your first time doing this, you probably didn't have time to react fast enough. So it's safer to just go up here, wait a minute for the lava to start going down, and then Igniculus can start opening this door. Oh, actually, I had my areas mixed up. There's not a mini boss here. That was just to get a couple of treasure chests. So, not all that exciting, but part of the fun of this game is just exploring, so. Okay. Now here, notice this is kind of a hidden area, because when you're standing here, it looks like these are just solid rocks to the left, and it's not until Aurora or Igniculus goes over there that the rocks disappear. And it's same thing from this other side. When you're standing here, you can't really see that there's a path to the right until you actually go over there. So this is kind of a hidden area, and we will come back here in a minute as part of a side quest that we're going to do. For now, we're just going to grab some chests and stuff. We will come back to that guy right there very soon. He's down there working in the dark, or should I say he is not working because he's in the dark, but we will be nice and help him out soon. We don't have to fight these guys, but it's good practice, and the more leveled up we get, the easier time we'll have when we get to the other boss fights, so. This giant might hit us and interrupt us, but I'll sort of just take a chance. Yeah, so in hindsight, it would have been better to defend there, but that's okay. And I just realized when we got Nora, I should have opened this up right away and given her some skills and put a diamond on her for experience. I kind of forgot to do that. And we might as well upgrade Finn stuff. So when you get Nora, like with anyone else, she has 3 different paths. The first thing you should do is come down here and unlock Unstoppable, but not the rest of the path, because she has other things that are more important than this entire path. But it is worth just doing 1, 2 to get Unstoppable, because it protects one of your fighters, either herself or your other fighter, from being interrupted for 4 turns, which can be very useful. So basically, whoever your primary attacker is going to be, whether that's Aurora for her light magic, Finn for his, water, electric, or fire magic, one of your physical attackers, whoever your primary attacker is going to be, Nora can make them unstoppable for 4 turns, and then your attacker can just focus on attacking and not have to worry about getting interrupted. So once we've spent 2 of these skill points on Unstoppable, then we're going to come up here to this Lull and Petrify path, and we're going to spend the rest of the points on this path. So now we've got Lull All, which will be very useful, and we've got a stronger version of Lull and a stronger version of Petrify, and we're only 1 step away from Petrify All, which will be very useful. Golem, we're going to continue on this Shock path, and now he's got Shock All, so he can slow down the enemies, which makes up for him being slow, because if you slow down the enemies, then it basically makes him faster by comparison. Okay, and then Oculi. Let's see what... Okay, so, should have done this a while ago, but that's okay. So I'm just going to combine all the little stuff into bigger stuff. Okay. And let's see, we still have a Brilliant Diamond on a rough, faceted, rough, brilliant. Okay. And then what's our party levels at? 19, 20. Okay. So, Brilliant, rough, faceted. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So we can make another faceted diamond. And remember, whenever you're making a diamond, don't hit the button right away after you pick your second element. Because I already picked blue. After I picked red, my cursor immediately goes to the center of that yellow. And if I was hitting buttons fast, it would make a pink, which is not what I want. Instead, I want to press down left to the other empty circle and click that. And then pick the green and make a diamond. And now I can make same thing there. I can make a tumble diamond. Okay, and now, so Finn, let's put a tumble diamond back, or sorry, a faceted diamond back on him. Let's put a rough diamond on her. Rough diamond on her. Oh, Rubella. What are my levels at? That should be fine. Rubella's the height. Yeah, that's good enough. We'll get some other diamonds soon. But that's better than nothing. So yeah, during your first playthrough, basically your top priority for Oculi, and I mentioned this in the first video several times, but your top priority for Oculi is basically making lots of diamonds, and that's one of the reasons what you want to explore and collect as many chests as possible, because you want to make lots of diamonds and keep diamonds on your characters. There's an optional door over here that we're going to go in. I believe this is the one that has a... Yeah, we've got a fire-based mini-boss here. Before we do that, we'll come back to him in a minute. Because there's another character that we're going to pick up soon, so we might as well have him with us, both to help with the battle and to get the experience from the battle. So, let's go left first. So we are now in the cute little town of Bulmus Populi, which is like the mouse population. And this chest here is always worth grabbing. It's got fairy nectar. I think this is the first spot in the game. That we get access to fairy nectars. Oh, we had one from earlier. I don't remember where we got that one. Fairy nectars are very useful because they... Normally, your healing tonics give you health, your magic potions give you magic, the fairy nectars give you both. So those can be very useful during boss battles later. This guy here is definitely worth talking to, because he's going to give us a very important side quest. Arguably the most important side quest we get in the game, because we get a very nice reward. It's pretty easy to do, it only takes a couple minutes, and we get a very nice reward at the end of it, so you definitely want to talk to that guy. Basically, he challenged us that unless we're a mouse, we couldn't be a good trader, and so he gave us an apple and challenged us to go make some trades and turn it into gold. And he bet that we couldn't do it, so we are going to prove him wrong. This door is worth going in because we get another fairy nectar. That's one of the most useful items you can get from the treasure chests. This door here, there's some... Even if you weren't going to do all the side quests in the game, which I recommend that you do, it's worth briefly coming in this door and moving Igniculus over to the... If you get near this ladder and move Igniculus over here, there's a treasure chest that you can just barely grab. And you get 3 potent magic potions. Those are worth grabbing. We will come back here soon and talk to this mouse and do his side quest. He's going to send us down into his basement to fight some enemies. But the enemies are fairly tough. So we're going to wait and go get another character first, and then we will definitely come back and do that. Now we go into this door on the very left. We come over here and talk to this, I think he's the mayor, yeah, the mayor of the town. He tells us he can't help us at all, so we leave. And then outside we meet the young mouse, who will identify himself as Robert. Yes. So this mountain guy is Magnus. At the very, very beginning of the game, we actually saw an image of him in the background. You could see you heard a rumble, and your controller might have shook, and you saw like a little giant stomping in the background, and it looked like something was on his back. That town of Bulmus Populi is on the back of the giant, and so that's what helps them to be a trader society. Is the big giant walks around to different places, and the mouse community buys and sells stuff wherever they go. So the town physically moves as the giant moves. We instead of directly going into the mouth of Magnus there, instead we're gonna come down into this door where we briefly came earlier, and we're going to fight this guy. But before we do, let's get ready. So now we have a new member on the team. We've got Robert here. On his path, so he already starts out with a really good attack. He has this attack here, rain arrows. Most of the other characters, like when it comes to physical attacks, like Aurora learns slash, but she doesn't know slash all yet. Rubella started with tumble and eventually learned tumble all, but it took a while. Most characters, Finn has his magic attacks, but they only target one individual. He doesn't have like lightning all yet. And so most characters, it takes them a while before they learn a move that will attack all three enemies. Robert comes with this rain arrows attack that is automatically targets all three enemies. And so when you're speed running this game, it's very, very useful to come get Robert quickly, because his rain arrows attack you'll get that long before you'll get Rubella's tumble all, for example. And so as soon as you pick up Robert, that's the first time in the game that you have an attack that can target all three enemies. So he quickly becomes your primary physical attacker. But we're not going to bother. That move's already decent on its own. The move we want to focus on for his skill tree is this one here, Hinder. Now, if you read the description, it says shoot a magical arrow that reduces the targeted dark creature speed by 50% for 2 turns. Because of that description, shoot a magical arrow. I used to think that counted as a magic attack, meaning it would go off of Robert's magic attack stat, and it would attack enemies based on their magic defense stat. I thought that for a while, but it turns out that's not the case. This still counts as a physical attack, and Robert has a pretty good physical attack stat, and so it's a decently strong physical attack that also slows down the enemies. So this has become Robert's Hinder attack. We're going to basically use in every single boss fight for the rest of the game. So we're going to spend all his skill points on this tree. And now we've got the upgraded version of Hinder, which does a decent amount of damage and slows down the enemies. And we're going to now give him, because Robert he's now our primary physical attacker, so we're going to give him this other faceted diamond. And does everyone have... So let's give Rubella this tumbled diamond. Everyone has diamonds now. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so everyone's got diamonds to get extra XP from our battles. And now, for fighting this rock guy, we know we're going to use... okay, yeah. So Finn's going to be our primary attacker with his water attack, so... Okay, and... Oh, so actually this will be... yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so we're gonna switch to Finn. Let's take out just for this is like a mini boss fight, and this won't be very difficult, but we can sort of use this as practice for the bigger fights. Normally in any boss fight, you want to slow down the primary boss and then kill the smaller creatures first, so you don't have to worry about their interrupts, and then focus on taking out the big boss. That's how we're going to do almost every boss fight for the rest of the game. So, we're going to attack with a monsoon on one of the smaller ones. Let's use... we can actually take advantage of... Nora has this nice lull all ability, which slows down the enemy. And then she can also speed up Finn. Switching to Aurora for elevate damage would have also been a decent choice. But anytime the enemy is going slow and you're going fast, that gives you a huge advantage. And now let's switch back to Aurora. Let's drop a Starlight. So those mini boss fights are usually worth doing because you get a decent amount of XP from them, and usually everyone levels up, and you usually get a Stardust from them. So, okay, and so now that we did that, we could go up here and enter Magnus and begin the next part, the next sort of level. But before we do that, let's go finish off some side quests that we started earlier. Because we have, if we look at our inventory, something I didn't mention yet, inventory shows where your side quests are. So we have Achilles' Odyssey, catch Achilles, bring her back to the Mint Hunter, and we did catch Achilles, so we can go complete that. We have the free trade quest of turning an apple into gold, and we already have the apple, and we already know where to go with that. Pastoral Panic, this was Finn's grandpa, Avo, who wants us to kill some enemies that are keeping him away from his house. We can go do that. And then Rubella's still looking for her brother. We'll get to that one eventually. We already finished putting together the golem. We finished defeating the Hydra in the well to turn all the crows back into Capilli, and so that was Finn's quest. So if you're ever not sure what quests you have left to do, just look in your inventory here. So because of these, we are going to travel back to Capilli Village. We're going to go to this signpost here. And fly to the right to talk to this lady. And she is very grateful that we brought back her pig. And she gives us 4 HP Stardusts, which we will take advantage of later. And then we talked to Avo earlier, and he wanted us to defeat those monsters by his house. We'll go. He said, my garden's out by that old apple tree, so we'll go do that in a minute. We're going to go over here into the school. Talk to this guy who said he was hungry and that he would trade his shovel for an apple. Well, we have an apple now. We got it from the mouse who challenged us that we could not turn an apple into gold. And he is so grateful for the apple that he gives us his shovel and said, I hope it brings you double. And now we can travel to the old monastery. And we're going to fly up left out of here. And when we come down, notice there's this shrine here. We're going to come back to that later in the game. But we're going to fly down to the left. And we're going to talk to this guy here. Because he's the Undertaker, but he had lost his shovel, so he was having trouble burying the dead. And so we are nice and give him a shovel. He says he's got an extra lantern he doesn't really need because he usually works at night. I mean, right now he's working during the day, but he said he can also work at night just by the light of the stars. And so now we have a lantern. And we can go to the map. We can go to Bulmus Populi. We're going to fly up to the right. We're going to go down to the left. Straight down as far as we can go. And here was that kind of hidden dark area that we came to earlier. And there was this guy down here who was not able to work because he was in the dark and his lantern broke. He says he needs a light, so we are going to be nice and give him a lantern. And in exchange, we ask for a tiny little piece of gold. He says no problem. And now we go back to the town of Bulmus Populi, because we went from apple to shovel to lantern to chunk of gold. So we go back to this guy and say, aha, we did it. He apologizes for misjudging us. We've completed his quest, and he gives us 6 strength Stardusts. That's very useful. That can make our characters much, much stronger. So now, if we go back and look at our side quests, so we completed Achilles' Odyssey, we completed Free Trade, Pastoral Panic, we can go do this one. That was clearing out the monsters for Finn's grandpa Avo. So for that one, we're going to go map and altar, and we're going to go down to the right. We're going to fight some spiders, and we want to have strong physical attacks. So, where's our guy here? So, if we look at our attack stats, so Rubella's way up at level 21 with a 54 strength attack. So her tumble all attack is very useful. Robert has a 39 strength, which is also pretty decent. But if you look at speed, Robert, who we just got a minute ago, is the fastest character on the team now, and he also has by far the highest critical hit percentage and dodge percentage. So he's a very good attacker. So we're going to, let's see, do we have any spare oculi? Yeah, we do. So we've got these big faceted oculi. We're gonna put these on. Let's go with our primary physical attackers. We're going to give Rubella a faceted ruby, and you know what? Let's combine these. We're going to give Robert also a faceted ruby, so now we've got 2 extra strong physical attackers. And we're going to fly to the right, and over here we should have that old man from the village. Is this his house? So here's some spiders we're going to attack. And part of the reason I put rubies on Rubella and Robert is that the spiders here don't have specific weaknesses. They're weak to physical attacks, or they're weaker to physical attacks than they are to magical attacks. But some of these spiders are with these boars who are sort of wrapped up like mummies, and they have a fire weakness. So we might as well take advantage of that. Since we have Finn out anyways, we can hit these. Finn doesn't have a fire all attack, so we're going to switch to, let's go to Rubella for the tumble all. And we'll switch to Robert for the rain arrows, which is like a rain arrows all. It'll hit all 3 of them. Then we took out everyone in 2 hits. Easy peasy. Rain arrows, tumble all. I blinded him first so we could get the surprise strike. That makes things a little easier. Ooh, nice critical hit there. So we took out all 3 spider monsters, and now Finn's grandpa shows up and says thanks. And we got 4 tumbled tourmalines. That's actually a nice little reward, because we can go to, if we go to our oculi, and let's combine 3 of those. That's a nice little reward because, so, see how Finn has this faceted tourmaline, which increases his magic stat? Well, now we can give the same thing to Aurora and increase her magic stat. So our 2 primary magicians, we want tourmaline on their necklace accessory stat, and we want an onyx on their weapon stat. Both of which, so onyx up there, tourmaline down there, both of which increase their magic spells. So now we've done basically all the side quests that we have at this point. Let's just double check. If we look at our side quests here, everything's all of our side quests that we've encountered so far are complete, except for finding Rubella's brother, which we will do soon. So now we can continue sort of the main part of the game. We're going to go back to the town of Volmus Populi. We're going to fly up to the right. And now we can finally enter Magnus's mouth. And while we're in here, we're going to try our best to not bump into the lava and stuff because it does hurt. But it's not a big deal if you bump into them because we do have plenty of healing potions. So if you notice yourself getting low on health and you start hearing the heartbeat bump, 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 that you're low on health, just go ahead and use a healing potion. And if you noticed, I just passed a couple of flaming spiders. There's one, there's another one. I'm already very leveled up in this, way more than I am when I do my speed runs, so I'm gonna have no problem defeating these bosses. If you're watching this video, I'm assuming it's because it's your first time playing the game, so I would recommend just fighting all these enemies that you're passing so that you can be even more leveled up by the time you get to the bosses. But we're already at a pretty good level, so. Okay, now there's a boss. In this area, we're basically going to have 3 mini-boss spider fights, and then a big spider boss fight. So, before we fight this guy, let's just get ready. So we've leveled up some, so we've got some extra skills. I'm gonna do this one just to give Aurora a little bit more MP. Not that she really needs it, but Finn can get Lightning Strike All. That's very useful. So now Finn finally has a magic attack that can hit multiple enemies. That'll definitely come in handy. Nora finally has this Petrify All attack is pretty good. She's not our best physical attacker, but she's decent. And her attack has a 20% chance of paralyzing the enemies. So it's a pretty good attack. But once we get down to Petrify All, now we're going to start spending her skill points up on this tree over here, where this Quicken is. and this Charm Time. Charm Time is a very useful passive skill. She begins further up on the timeline, meaning she gets her turns faster. But this is what we're eventually looking for, Quicken All. Because when she eventually knows Lull All to slow down the enemies, and then Quicken All to speed up your fighters, then suddenly you have a huge speed advantage over the enemies. Because if the enemies are going twice as slow and you're going twice as fast, then suddenly you're going 4 times faster than the enemies, at least. So that does make a big difference in battles. Okay, and then I think our Arculi is good. Everyone's got Faceted Ruby. Cool. Might as well give. Do we have something to give? We might use Nora a little bit for her physical attack, so let's just give her a Faceted Sapphire, or yeah, that'll work for now. Okay, it's better than nothing. We're gonna use a potion. Oh, actually no. Aurora's good. So let's do this battle. These fighters aren't very difficult, especially because we've fought so many other enemies that were pretty well leveled up. The best strategy I like for these is to hit them with, well, we've got, let's see, we don't have Hinder All, no, we don't have Hinder All yet. So, Robert's Rain Arrows would be decent. That does a decent amount of damage, but currently Rubella is our strongest physical attacker, and we definitely want to hit these fighters with physical attacks. So let's switch to Nora, and let's do a Lull All, because if she's going to do a Lull All, and she's going to do a Quicken on Rubella. And basically, whoever our primary attacker is going to be, Nora's going to be our support person. She's going to make all the enemies slow. She's going to make our primary attacker fast. And then our primary attacker is just going to demolish everyone. So we're going to start with a Lull All. We're going to do a Tumble All. And Rubella should make short work of these fighters. And we can hit him with a Petrify All. Got a nice lucky Paralyze there. So pretty easy fight. Just some Tumble Walls and Petrify. And we could have, Nora could have done a Quicken on Rubella. I'll probably do that on the next fight. I sort of forgot that time. But we could also switch Nora to like Robert and use, because Robert I think has a little bit stronger attack than Nora does. We could even switch to Golem. He's got a pretty strong attack. But these fighters are pretty easy, so I like this. It's a pretty simple strategy of you pick who your primary attacker is going to be. In this case, it's going to be Rubella with the Tumble Alls. Nora makes the enemies slow. Nora makes... And notice I grabbed... there was a defense Stardust down here that Iggy is able to grab. If you sort of stand right where Roar is standing, you can grab this down there. But yeah, it's a pretty simple strategy that just you pick who your primary attacker is going to be, and then Nora makes the enemies slow, makes the primary attacker fast, and then that attacker just whoops on everyone. Now normally here, because I ran into some lava and stuff, normally I would use a potion to, normally I'd use a potion to heal Aurora, but I'm not going to be using her in this battle, so it's fine. So, again, I slow someone down, which is optional but helpful. Rubella's just going to whoop everyone with some Tumble Alls. Nora's going to make everyone slow. Oh, okay. I should have slowed down. That was an unfortunate interrupt, but okay, so let's try this again. Make everyone slow. Oh man, I'm not having good luck on this fight. Let's just do a petrify all then. Well, Nora did terrible in this fight. But that's okay. Over here on the left is a confession. Make sure to grab that. Over here on the right, there was a defense Stardust. I grabbed it earlier from up above, but if you didn't, then grab it now. When we go down here, there's a chest on the left, and before we go down, we want to go to the right because there's a optional door we can go in. And in here, we're just gonna dodge lots of little lava fireballs. And the main reason we came in here is to get this strength Stardust. And now we're going to enter a mandatory cutscene. Robert is going to leave the party and say that he needs help opening the vault. And you don't have to help him. You could continue on without him. Which, when I do my New Game Plus speedruns, I actually purposely ditch Robert here. Because in my New Game Plus, my Aurora is level 99 with 999 attack and 999 magical attack, and she's so ridiculously strong that she just one-hit kills all the bosses, and so I don't even need anyone else on the team, and that's why I'm able to beat the game in under an hour. I think my record is 49 minutes, but for your first time, you definitely want Robert on the team. He's a very good physical attacker. He's very fast. His hinder attack does a lot of damage and slows down the enemy, so it's worth doing his quick little side quest here. So we need to open this door. You need to pull each of these levers twice. The order doesn't matter, so I usually just pull this one twice and then fly over and pull the other one twice. But you could go back and forth, but order doesn't matter as long as you do each one twice. And then you're going to light up all three of these orbs that are spinning around. And that's all we had to do. So it's definitely worth taking a minute to do that to keep Robert on the team. Might as well open all these while we're in here. And we've got one more spider mini boss, so before we do, let's just open up and see if we can I mainly just want to upgrade, so I didn't quite have enough for hinder all, but that's okay. And then Nora, so Nora, I was able to get this charm time skill, which will be helpful for her. And everything else should be fine. Let's fight this guy. Make sure to blind him. You always want the surprise attack on any fights. If you ever start a fight and you did not get a surprise attack, a lot of times it's worth fleeing and re-entering with a surprise attack. So we're going to lull all, slow everyone down, hit them with a tumble all. Oh, I should have checked if I... Yeah, that's okay. And I might get interrupted, but yeah, just to be safe, let's just in case they hit someone else. Let's try a quicken on. I might get lucky. Okay, good. So they hit Rubella instead of Nora, so I'm able to quicken Rubella. So now this is basically the ideal scenario. All the enemy is going slow, Rubella is going fast. So that means, and Rubella was already faster than the enemies. So now, by comparison, she's like 5 times faster than the enemies. So that basically gives her an easy fight. And that's okay. Rubella can easily finish this off. Okay, so that was bad there. I got the double interrupt. But and we're gonna go up here and get this chest because that's got some oculi in it. And now we are ready for the spider big boss fight of this area. Let's just sort of make sure everyone is ready. Is there anything we can do? We could make a bigger onyx. I think let's do that. Okay, so right now Finn has this tumbled onyx, spell power by 15%. Aurora has a slightly smaller. Are we gonna use her in this fight? Yeah, we will. So we can give Aurora a slightly bigger onyx on her weapon slot. So the way we're gonna do that is we already have a tumbled tourmaline. We can combine 3 of these to have a tumbled amethyst, but we do not yet have a tumbled citrine. However, we can make one, because up here, blue plus red gives us pink, blue plus green gives us this aqua color, and red plus green gives us the yellow color. So we can... so we can combine this tumbled ruby with a tumbled emerald and get a tumbled citrine. And then we can combine tumbled tourmaline, amethyst, and citrine to make a tumbled onyx. And we will put that back on Aurora. And now, so she's got a tumbled onyx and a faceted tourmaline. Finn also has a tumbled onyx and a faceted tourmaline. That's ideally what you want on your magicians. And I think that's pretty good for now. Can we do anything else? I think that works. Everyone's got diamonds on them. Yeah, that works. And since we have this optional thing here, this Aaron stone that we got at the beginning of the game from the DLC, says if someone dies in battle, they get 50% at the end of the battle, 50% of their health back. Rubella is kind of our default healer at this point. So I'm just going to throw it on her. Most likely, we're not going to have anyone die in battle or have anything go that bad. But if you have this, you might as well put it on someone. So Now our healer has extra self-healing ability if needed in a bad situation. And now let's get ready to fight the spider boss. Okay, so something worth mentioning is in the first half of the game so far, we've wanted interrupts. On pretty much every fight we've had, interrupts have been a good thing. For the second half of the game, at least when it comes to the boss fights, we largely are going to want to avoid interrupts on the main bosses. The main bosses often will retaliate in bad ways if we interrupt them. They'll either make themselves much faster, or they'll paralyze us, or they'll hit us with a counterattack that does lots of damage. And so for most of the boss fights, the remaining part of the game, it's actually better to just let the boss attack and then slow them down once they're back at the beginning of the timeline. You actually don't want to interrupt them. This boss here, if you interrupt it, it does an automatic quicken all, and suddenly it and the two smaller spiders are all going fast, and at that point you've made the boss fight much harder for yourself. So we're going to purposely not interrupt this thing. So instead we're going to now I will say interrupts only count with physical attacks. So for example, if we slow this down and Nora does a lull all to slow everyone down, that would not be an interrupt. Even if it hits the boss while the boss is in the red area, if it's not doing physical damage, it'll still count, it'll still slow the boss down, but if it's not doing physical damage, it won't count as an interrupt, so that's totally fine. So let's go ahead and do that with a low all. And actually, so in this case, because these smaller spiders might possibly interrupt Nora, I'm going to have Rubella do a tumble all. And even if Rubella accidentally interrupts the big boss, it won't matter too much, because the big boss would react with a quicken all, but Nora's about to hit them with a lull all anyways. So I think we get a triple interrupt. So watch this. We get a triple interrupt. Big boss does a quicken all, but it didn't matter because Nora immediately hits him with a lull all. So that was actually a really good strategy right there. Now, this spider is at the very end of the bar, and they're going to get an attack off. And so if I try to do something with Rubella and that small spider hits Rubella, I'm just going to get interrupted anyway. So I'm just going to do a defend to be safe. And good thing I did, because Rubella did get hit. So by defending, I took a lot less damage, and Rubella will now go extra fast, and will get her turn back much faster than if she had not defended and been interrupted. And now, Nora can... Everyone's already going slow, so now Nora can quicken Rubella. Okay, and now everyone is going, the enemies are going slow, Rubella's going fast, so Rubella's basically going 5 times faster than the enemy, which is a great thing. So, I don't want to do a tumble all attack and risk interrupting the big spider, because then she'll do a quicken all and make everyone fast, which they're already going slow, so I don't want to mess that up. So instead, I'm going to do a damage elixir. Rubella's going to use the damage elixir on herself to increase her damage. Oh, okay, that was a bad idea because she got interrupted, but that's okay. Let's have Nora do... actually, let's switch to... I could use a damage elixir, but we have a character who has that as a move. So let's do Aurora's elevate damage on Rubella, and now Rubella's just going to whoop on everyone with tumble alls. And now there's a good chance she will get interrupted there, so let's just do a defend. Yeah. So defend was a good choice there. Now let's switch back to Nora. So Okay, and now one of the spiders made Rubella go slow. And so we want to fix that. I was going to have Nora do an unstoppable on Rubella, but now that Rubella is going slow, it's more of a priority to fix that and give her back to Quicken. And I can always do unstoppable on the next turn. Because we want, since Aurora's our primary physical attacker, we want her going fast. Okay, good. So, we already took out the small spiders in, I think that was just 2 hits. So that was good. And now, so the smaller spiders had a weakness to physical attacks. That's why we used Rubella. The big spider has a weakness to magical attacks. It actually has resistance to physical. So now we're going to switch to Finn as being our primary attacker. So let's switch to, so we're going to switch to Finn, and we're going to start dropping lightning. We've got this level 2 lightning strikes. We're going to start dropping those on the big spider. And, we want, since Rubella's already, we could switch to, basically, the big spider's already going slow, but we want Finn going fast. We could switch to Nora and use like a quicken potion on Finn, or we could switch to Aurora and do an elevate damage on Finn. But since Rubella here is already going fast and has fast speed anyways, let's take advantage of her speed and use her as Finn's sort of support cast. So let's use a potion, and let's drop a damage elixir on Finn, so that his lightning strikes will do more damage on this boss. I'm going to stop slowing the boss and let it get a turn off. Because again, I don't want to interrupt it. So I purposely stopped slowing it, let it get its turn, and now that it's see where it is here on the timeline, way back at the beginning of the timeline, now I go back to slowing it. It used an anti-venom on itself to fix it being slow. So let's fix that. Let's go back to Nora. Let's do a lull. And now the spider's going slow again. Finn will just keep dropping lightnings. Nora's next job will be to make Finn go fast. We always want the enemy going slow and our attackers going fast. Nora is out of MP. Can I get enough from this bush over here? Probably not. So let's go, potion. We have plenty of magic potions. Let's use one on ourselves. And does she have quicken all? Not yet. Let's just do a quicken. And do I have time to get this off? Maybe. I probably shouldn't have done that lightning. I think I'm going to interrupt. Yeah. Okay, so that was a bad choice on my part. I should have defended, let the spider attack, because now he's going to speed himself up. So that was a slight mistake on my part. But luckily Nora, because she just used a magic potion on herself, she can just drop another lull on the spider, so that's not a big deal. Finn can just keep dropping lightnings. And now that we slowed him down, Finn just barely beats him for an interrupt. He's going to quicken himself again, but Nora can just slow him down again. I'm going to stop slowing him and let him get his turn off. And now that he's back at the beginning of the bar, I can go back to slowing him. Okay, so the spider's going slow. Finn is going fast. Finn is still powered up damage-wise. So let's switch to Aurora and drop some Starlights. They won't do quite as much damage as Finn's lightning, but they'll still do a decent amount of damage. Okay, that works. Now I'm going to try a skip here. I might not be able to do it. It requires like frame perfect timing. But after I click through these next few screens, you're going to see where some dialogue pops up, and it says, Magna's blood flows strong and hopefully for long. right at the end of that second phrase where it says hopefully for long, I'm going to try to pause it at just the right moment. If I can, I will be able to fast travel to Capilli Village and fast travel back to Bomus Populi and skip a long cutscene. It's difficult to do, but it's worth trying. So I'm gonna go for a pause right here. Oh, okay, I missed it. Like I said, it's difficult to do, but there's a right at the end of that Magna's blood flows strong and hopefully for long. At the end of that second phrase, if you hit pause at just the right moment, your pause screen comes up and you can fast travel and you can avoid this whole cutscene here, which on hardcore speedruns saves a minute or so, which isn't a huge deal unless you're going for like world record speedrun times, but so we played the song, and Robert feels a little bit better, so now we can continue. Okay, now we're going to go in this door down here. This one here, the second door to the right. We came in here earlier, and I mentioned this mouse. I mentioned coming back for his side quest. The reason I didn't do this first is that we're going to fight some fairly strong enemies in this next area, and most of them are going to have a weakness to magic attacks. And so it's going to be very useful if we look at our party skills here. Finn now has this lightning strike all, so he can do a very strong magic attack against all three enemies. We didn't have that earlier. Finn just barely got that in that last area when we were fighting the spiders. If we would have had Lightning Strike all a bit sooner, maybe I would have done this side quest first before the spider area. But this is the reason why I waited and did it after, was because it's very useful to have Finn's Lightning Strike all ability for this next section. In addition to that, we also get this Rage at the Capilli, and it increases his spell powers by 20%. So now we get Lightning Strike all, plus his lightning attack is 20% stronger, so we're going to have an easier time fighting these spiders. So that was why I waited and did it in that order. Nora now has Quicken All, which is going to make... that's definitely going to help as well, and... yeah, so that's gonna be very useful. Robert also has Hinder All, which is gonna make that's gonna give him some good abilities. Now something that we haven't quite talked about yet is saving your skill points. So for example here, Golem, because he's leveled up, he's got 4 skill points left. I'm not going to use them because right now I can't go any further on this path. I could go use them on this path over here or on this path over here, but these paths are not as good as the one we already started on. And if you look, there is more to this path, it's just blank right now, but a little bit later in the game, after 2 more boss fights, the rest of these paths will unlock. So it's actually worth it to just save these skill points, and a little bit later in the game, I'll be able to use them on finishing off this skill tree. Same thing with Aurora. She's got 6 skill points now, but I don't want to use them on these other paths. It's much better to just wait until the rest of this path becomes available, and I can quickly finish off that path. Same thing with Rubella here, and same thing with Finn here. So yeah, so at this point, so we're going to save the rest of our skill points. And let's see, Oculi, can we, so who do we fight? Oh, water. So in this next area, we are fighting, a lot of fire enemies. And so if we have water attacks, that's going to be very useful. So we want... Okay, so if we look at our attacks, Finn here has the strongest water attack, which is his Monsoon. However, he doesn't have Monsoon all, because we were focusing on his lightning path. And so Finn's best attack for fighting multiple enemies is lightning all, even if they have a weakness to water, because his water attack only hits one at a time, whereas lightning attack, even though it's not quite as strong against fire enemies, it at least can hit 3 at a time. If we look at other ways we can attack, so if we look at physical attacks, Aurora's strength stat is 35, but she doesn't know slash all, and we haven't even upgraded her slash attack, so she's not ideal for that. Rubella, strength stat of 58, and she knows tumble all, so that's going to be very useful. Robert has strength of 56, and he now knows hinder all. And so Robert's hinder all and Rubella's tumble all are our two strongest physical attacks, but Robert's is better because his does physical damage and slows down the enemy. So right now Robert's hinder all is probably the best overall attack on our team, because it does a decent amount of damage and slows down the enemy at the same time. It's basically like, Nora has her lull all attack to slow down the enemy, but it doesn't do any damage. So it's like if you combined Nora's lull all and Rubella's tumble all, that's basically what Robert's hinder all does, because it does a good amount of physical damage, plus it slows down the enemy. And because we're fighting fire enemies, we're going to put so actually Robert is going to be our primary attacker here. So what we're going to do is, actually, is it worth combining those? I think it is. 1 second. Will we get other... yeah, let's do that. I'm going to combine 3 of these faceted sapphires. And we now have a brilliant sapphire. I'm going to put that on Robert's weapon slot. So now he's going to do very strong physical water damage with his hinder all attack, and it'll slow down the enemy. So he's basically just going to whoop on the creatures in this next area. Now, if we were worried about taking lots of damage because we know we're fighting fire enemies, we could put some like rubies and stuff on their armor slots to increase fire damage resistance, but we're going to kill these enemies so fast that we're not worried about the damage they're going to do to us. Keeping the diamonds on them for the extra experience is more of a priority. And we've got one more. Let's change Rubella, let's throw a sapphire on her, just in case we use her for a little bit of damage. But with Robert dropping hinder alls with his brilliant sapphire, and Nora speeding down the enemies and speeding up Robert, and with Finn dropping water attacks with his increased power, with his increased magic, onyx up here, trembling down here, we shouldn't have any trouble with these fire enemies here. So let's go take them on. So this guy says he's got some... He phrases it as he's got some little creatures in his basement that are causing a problem. And he doesn't say anything about big monsters. He phrases it like just some little creatures. Makes you think that there's like little cockroaches or something. But he's got bigger problems than he lets on, and we will address him about the sort of misleading us on that later. Okay, now over here, we're not going to fight this one yet. Out of all the enemies in this area, this one here is probably the most difficult, so we're going to save that one for last. At this point, we're pretty well over-leveled, so we wouldn't have too much trouble with them, but in case you get here at a lower level, it's better to save that one for last. We're going to open up this chest, and surprise, there's a guy inside. Okay, so we've got the fire guy here, who's definitely the strongest out of the three, who has a weakness to water. This rock guy, who has no specific weaknesses, but we definitely want to hit him with magic attacks rather than physical attacks. And same thing with this guy over here. So let's slow down the rock because he's the fastest, and if we don't slow him down, he might interrupt us. Finn's going to use his lightning strike all. And again, water would be stronger against this dude, but Finn doesn't know monsoon all. He would only be able to hit one at a time. So let's do lightning strike all and hit all three of these dudes. And then we're going to switch to Robert, hit them all with a hinder all, which will do a decent amount of damage. Because we put the sapphire on him, it's got water damage. Even though it's a physical attack, it's got water damage attached to it, and it'll slow them all down. Okay, I still got interrupted. That was unfortunate, but... Okay, double interrupted. That was not a good way to start. So, maybe I should have started this fight with a double I probably should have just done a double defend and let those guys attack, and then got my attacks off, so... let's slow down this guy. Oops. Let's try this again. Okay, so this fight is going very bad so far. Okay. I'm just going to start over, just because I know I can do this better. So, let's fix their... Let's fix their health, and let's go do a better job of that fight. Okay, let's open up this chest. Let's see how we should have done this. Okay, we've got this rock here. Last time, even though I tried slowing him down, he still got his attack off first and interrupted us. So, let's do a... You know, I could switch to a Rubella and get a quick interrupt off. That might be a good idea. Let's do that. Let's switch to Rubella. Even though this won't do much damage, she's so fast that we can almost always get an interrupt. And now, with the interrupt, Finn can get off his... Well, actually, let's slow everyone down. So let's switch to Robert and get off a hinder all. Perfect, that'll work. So now we get interrupt. Okay, that was a much better way to do this fight. Okay, so, take advantage of Rubella's speed and her tumble speed. And even if you don't think the attack is going to do much damage, if you can interrupt someone, use Rubella for the interrupts. Because by interrupting that rock, Robert got off a hinder all, which did enough damage that it killed the rock, plus the other two are now going slow. So this is how the fight... This is a much better way to do the fight now. So let's switch to Finn. Now, I could do a monsoon on just the fire creature and do a lot of damage to it, but that doesn't hurt the sort of giant ogre creature at all. So instead, let's do a lightning strike all, which will do a decent amount of damage to both of them. And let's do another hinder all. Even though they're already slowed down, it's still a pretty strong attack with a water damage. And it interrupted him. And now I can drop a monsoon and probably kill this dude. And a hinder just in case it doesn't kill him. Okay, and now we're gonna go down here to the left. Here's kind of another secret area. Notice that when we stand here, it was kind of hidden. Okay, well now it kind of went away. Oh, here we go. So if you look to the left of me, it looks like there's a rock there, but if either Aurora or Iggy goes left, then we see the hidden area. So we might as well grab that HP Stardust. And now we can fight this guy. And we've only got 2 of them to fight. Let's hit them both with a Hinder All. And then let's hit them both with a Lightning Spike. Oh, I always slow down the fastest one, which is the rock. And now we get an interrupt, and that might even kill the rock. It did, good. And now we can drop a Hinder and a Monsoon and finish this guy off. Why is that open? It's weird. Why is... Oh, I have to... Okay. I have to pull this to open this door to the right. Okay. And we've got another surprise in a chest here. The strategy has been working well. This rock guy here, he moves really fast. I might get interrupted by him. So let's switch to a Rebella. Do a tumble. I could probably do a tumble. I think that's still pretty fast. Yeah, that should work fine. Let's switch to a Robber and get off our Hinder All. Slow everyone down. We get a triple interrupt, which is always nice. Oh, and we killed 2 people. Excellent fight. Let's switch to Finn. Hit this guy with a Monsoon. So one thing I just noticed is that, so I had said earlier that Robert's Hinder attack, it's kind of a weird move in this game, because it says shoot a magical arrow, which I said that I thought that counted as a magical attack, at least for the first 10 times I played this game, and I found out later that it goes by the physical attack stats, but it seems to ignore the oculi that I have on me. Because on my oculi, I've got this Brilliant Sapphire on Robert, which should add water damage to melee attacks. And even though it counts Hinder as a, quote, it's weird. It says it's a magical attack, but the game counts it as a physical attack, but I guess it does not count it as a melee attack, and therefore it ignores this Sapphire. So instead, let's move that to her, and I now have enough to combine that. And can someone else get a faceted diamond? They can. And how many facet? 1, 2. I have enough to make another brilliant diamond. What's my party levels at? That one's about even. Let's make one more. No, actually, I'm okay. Let's keep that how that is. So I switched I took the Brilliant Sapphire off of. Well, you know what? Actually, his rain arrows attack. So for pure physical attacks, let's put the Sapphire on Rubella, for the, in case she does a tumble. So. Okay, and now we came back around, and we can get the one last fire ghost that we skipped on the way in, because this is going to be our... This is the most challenging of them, because you've got 3 fire creatures, and these spiders are kind of strong as well. So, since we have Robert out first, let's hit them all with a Hinder All, which does a little bit of damage, and will slow everyone down. And then Finn's just going to start dropping monsoons on everyone. So, oh, actually, sorry, no, correction. Even though all 3 of these creatures are fire creatures, and therefore would be weak to water, Finn would need 3 or 4 monsoons to take them out, whereas Lightning All, even though they don't have a weakness to lightning, it hits all 3 of them at the same time, so that's still overall the best attack to use. See, Finn's Lightning All was so strong that it took out the spiders anyways. And now, we can, we could have switched to Rubella and done a tumble with the, with the Sapphire for the water weakness, but Finn should be able to kill him pretty easily with his monsoons. Yeah. Okay, so now we've cleared out all the enemies in this basement, and we can go back up and talk to... That's the last one. So now we're going to go back up and talk to this guy, and he's going to say that he doesn't really owe us anything, and we are going to say that he didn't tell us there were big fire monsters down there, and he owes us something, and he will be nice and give us 2 magic Stardusts. So okay, so now let's look at our inventory, at our side quests, and everything is showing complete except for Rubella's plight of finding her brother, which we will do relatively soon. So, oh, and I just realized one thing I forgot to do is before we fought the spider boss, I could have done the Stardust glitch again. In the first video that I did with the first half of this game, I showed how to do the Stardust glitch, and basically we used Stardusts before a boss fight, started the boss fight, fleed from the battle, our Stardusts came back, we used them again, started, fleed, Stardust came back, and we could do that multiple times. I could have done that before the spider boss fight, and I probably should have. It would have made all the rest of these fights easier. I simply forgot, but I'll do it before the next boss fight, which we're going to do soon. So now we have finished everything in this area, and so now we can basically continue. We're going to fly up to the right to Magnus and tell him to take us to the next area. He's feeling better since we killed the spider that was infecting his heart, and now he will agree to take us to the next area. Okay. So now in this area, there's going to be lots of optional enemies. And lots of little optional routes you can take. Again, if you're playing this the first time, I would recommend fighting all of these enemies, just because the more leveled up you get, the easier over time you'll have with the boss fights. But I've fought so many so far that I'm way more leveled up than I'm used to, so this will be fine for me. But for you, I'd recommend just fighting all these. So notice that I'm low on. So notice I'm very low on health right now. So I'm just gonna go ahead and use use 2 of my mini potions. Come on. Okay. So the reason I made such an effort to get over to this area is there's another hidden area. Notice it looks solid below me, but I can go down, and there's a chest and a magic Stardust we can get. So that was worth running into the spikes a few times. And we're gonna go up here to the left. There's gonna be lots of stuff we can grab in this area. Is there another chest over here? No. If we go up a little bit more and we go over to the left, there's a and again, you certainly could fight all of these enemies for basically the practice. Oh, I missed what I was looking for. There's a confession over here that we want to grab. I was looking for it. I had missed it. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's kind of hard to see because this area is so foggy, but it's over here on the left side, kind of floating between where these 2 waterfalls are, so that's why I didn't see it at first. And then we fly up here to the left. The circus passed nearby. Some foreshadowing, and that's who we've been looking for. And we finally find Rubella's brother, and this guy is really depressed, and I feel bad for him. He was lonely, he got fired from the circus, he didn't know where his sister was, he was having a really rough day, but luckily we found him, and he's happy to see his sister again, so now he feels a little bit better, and he agrees to join our team. And we might as well go underneath him, grab this chest for some quicken elixirs. I missed one chest. Okay. And then I think we grabbed most of the stuff down here, but let's kind of just circle back to make sure. Oh, right here. Here's another of those shrines that we will be coming back to a bit later in the game. That's kind of the last side quest that we'll do in the game is finding, backtracking and finding the 6 shrines that we previously passed. Because there'll be something we can do with them that we were not previously able to do. Here's another defense Stardust. That chest had 3 fairy nectars in it, which is very nice. 2 potent magic potions, which is good. Damage elixirs. Up here's an orb with, I believe, a fairy nectar. Yes, potent fairy nectar, that's always nice. Okay, so when you get to this spot here, so actually, we can always flee. We're gonna, when we go up through this area, it's gonna trigger a boss fight. Normally I would have paused there and sort of gotten everything ready, but I'm purposely gonna flee from the battle and then get stuff ready. So, flee. Okay. So let's sort of get ready for this boss fight now. Aurora's maxed out on her skills. Rubella's maxed out on her skills for now. Same with Finn. We can go a little further there. He's maxed out. We've got Tristus. We're probably not going to use Tristus very much, just because the rest of our team is already so strong. But Tristus can be a good supporting cast. He does learn Tumble, like his sister Rubella, and again, it's a very fast attack. He is not quite as fast as Rubella, and his attack stat's not quite as high, but his Tumble attack is still decent. But he primarily makes a good helper character. He's got haste, which is similar to Quicken. It speeds up your team. He's got Unstoppable, similar to what Nora has, which makes it where you don't get interrupted. And then, but he also has, on this path down here where his Tumble is, he also has extend spells, add 1 turn to each spell's duration, passive skill. So, for example, when he learns haste, you speed up an ally for himself or an ally for 3 turns. And when you give Unstoppable to himself or an ally, it's for 3 turns. But when you come down here and unlock extend spells, it would make both of those 4 turns. And when you get over here, it adds 2 turns. It would make both of those 5 turns. So the best thing to do with Tristus is to just do 2 here to get haste, do 1 here to get Unstoppable, and then spend the rest of his down here. So now that he knows haste and Unstoppable, you spend the rest of his going for extend spells. So boom, 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 boom. And now he knows haste for 4 turns and Unstoppable for 4 turns. And when you get over here, he'll know haste and Unstoppable for 5 turns each. So he can be a decent support character. We probably won't use him much, but it's good to have backups. And everyone else is good. Oculi, do we have an extra diamond to give him? Let's see. I think we do. So let's take this and this and this. Make another diamond. And that'll work. Okay, so everyone can be leveling up. Oh, do we have an extra one for him? No, but that's okay. He's still got the smaller one. Okay. And yeah, so I think we're good now. And now if we look at our quests, it's showing that all of our current quests have been completed. So we're going to go fight. So let me exit out of here and let this save. That should have automatically done a save. But let's just to remind you, in my first video, I showed you how to do the first half of this guide. I showed how to do the Stardust glitch. I haven't showed it yet in this video. So we're going to start a boss fight. We're going to flee from the boss fight. We're going to look at our Stardusts. Inventory. Okay, now we've got a bunch of them. We've got 11 and 4, 7, 8, 10, 11. We're going to take advantage of these. Okay? There's a glitch in this game where if you use Stardusts on your right before a boss fight, if you use Stardusts on your characters, it increases their stats. And if you start a boss fight and then flee from it, it reverts to the previous save point and it gives you back all your Stardusts, but it keeps the stat increases that you gave. So you can do that over and over and artificially make all your character stats way higher than they should be by essentially having infinite Stardusts. But the key to doing this is you never want to get down to 0 of any Stardust. You want to take whatever number you have and do that minus 1. So like if I've got 11 HP Stardusts here, I would only use 10 of them. So I would keep 1. I would only use 3 of these, 6 of these, 7 of these, 9 of these, 10 of these. You always want to leave at least 1. The reason for that is if you use all of a certain kind of Stardust. Like if I used all 4 of these MP Stardusts and it went down to 0, then that inventory slot would disappear. The other Stardusts would move over to its empty inventory slot. That would create an autosave, which would ruin what I'm trying to do here. So I'm going to take... So let me show you. So I'm gonna use 10 of these, but not 11. And I think I'm going to use them on Aurora. Yeah, let's do that. And I stop at 1. And I'm going to go with MP Stardust. I think Finn probably needs it most. I'm going to use only 3 out of the 4. And stop at 1. Magic defense, there's a character later who's going to be like our tank and is going to take most of the damage. And the defenses are mainly going to be used for him. But since we're doing this glitch where we're going to be able to reuse these anyways, I can give this someone else. Let's see, probably Aurora. Yeah, let's use them on her. So I'm only going to use 6 out of the 7. I'm going to keep 1. Magic Stardust. That would be to either Aurora or Finn. Let's go to Finn, I think. Yeah, let's give these to... actually, Aurora's going to need these... Aurora's going to need these more at this point in the game, so let's give these to her. Again, I'm going to stop at 1. Defense... it doesn't matter too much who I give these to. When in doubt, if you're not sure who to give stuff to, give them to Aurora, because she's your primary character that you start every game with, you end every game with. She's the only character that you have for the entire game. And eventually, when you get to New Game Plus speedruns, if you play this game enough times, you can get Aurora so ridiculously strong that she can just solo the game. You can skip right past Rubella, skip right past Finn, you can ditch Robert, you can ditch your other characters. You can eventually get Aurora so strong that she can just one-hit kill all the bosses and solo the game. So if you're not sure, if you are taking advantage of this Stardust glitch, and you're not sure who to give stuff to, just give them to Aurora. Strength. This we're going to give to Robert. He currently is our primary physical attacker. His hinder all ability is very strong. It already is very strong, and it slows down the enemy, so we're going to make this even stronger. And the fact that Robert is very fast and has high critical hit percentage makes it even better. Again, I stopped at 1. I don't want any of these to hit 0. Dodge, doesn't matter too much who we use it on. Let's give that to Aurora, I guess. But I only use 1. So notice what I did. Look at my Stardusts. I left all of them at 1. None of them got to 0. Because of that, when I exit out of this menu, there's no autosave icon. I can go start this boss fight. I will flee from the boss fight. And watch what happens to my Stardusts. They all came right back. Okay, so that's the glitch that we can take advantage of. So let's do all this again. Let's give, let's see who's lowest on HP. Actually, everyone's pretty good. Let's help out Rubella. We get her pretty easy and pretty. Actually, let's help out Finn. Sorry, Robert. We're gonna use Robert in a lot of the boss fights in the rest of the game. So let's make sure he has some decent HP. I stop at 1. MP 41, 61. Let's help out Aurora now. Stop at 1. Magic defense. Let's help her out because everyone else is good enough. 110. Yeah, let's help. Again, if you're not really sure who to give it to, just go ahead and give stuff to Aurora. Magic 110, 79. So let's boost up Finn. Stop at 1. Defense, we're going to continue boosting our primary character. Strength, we're going to boost our primary physical attacker, Robert. Give 1 dodge to Aurora. And again, notice everything, I left everything at 1. Nothing hit 0. I'm down to half health, so let's use a potion. Just from hitting some spikes and stuff. So if you're watching this, especially if you watched the first half of the video, which you should have, and I'm assuming you did, you should already understand the Stardust glitch now. I'd be fine to do this. I would probably be fine doing this fight now, but let's do it. Let's do it one more time, just to make the rest of these boss fights easy. So again, we're gonna use. Let's help out him. MP, let's give to her. And I'm never going down to 0. I'm always stopping at 1. I probably could have given those to Robert. Yeah, next time I do this, I'll give more magic defense to Robert, but 110, 100. Defense. Let's give more of this to Robert. Strength, give to Robert. Okay. So, that's probably good. I mean, I didn't need to do any of that. That was all optional. But, so let's just say that I'm ready to start the boss fight now. I don't want to actually do the boss fight yet. Because I just did the Stardust glitch, all my Stardusts are down to 1. If I was to do the boss fight right now and finish this fight, it'll auto-save, and all my Stardusts will be down to 1. So instead, I'm going to flee one more time. Whenever you do the Stardust glitch, always do one more boss fight, enter, and one more flee. Because now, I get all my Stardusts back, and now I will go do the boss fight. This way, I still have I'm basically keeping, I can use my Stardust infinite times, and as long as I do one more flee before I actually complete the boss, I didn't even lose any Stardust. And when you beat the game, if you enjoyed it, you can do a new game plus afterwards, which I'm hoping if you're playing this game and you're watching this video, I'm hoping you're liking the game and you'll want to play it again. The new game plus keeps all your Stardusts. So if you do this glitch the way that I'm teaching you, all your Stardust will roll over to the next game, and you'll have even more to do the glitch with. Okay, so now that I fleed one more time and get all my Stardust back, now we're ready to actually take on this fight. Okay, so just like when we fought the big spider, we do not want to interrupt the Griffin. If we interrupt the Griffin, it makes the boss fight much harder for us, because the Griffin will counter with a lol all and make us slow. And then we'll have a more difficult time. So it's better to just let the Griffin attack. That being said, there's a strategy here I can take advantage of. So I'm going to switch to Rubella, because her tumble all attack is so fast that I can actually get a triple interrupt here. And even though I just got done saying don't interrupt the Griffin, it's okay, because he'll counter with a lol all to slow us down, but I can use Nora to immediately do a lol all followed by a quicken all, and to counteract that. So we're gonna start with Rubella and I'm purposely not slowing down the Griffin, because I actually want it to be in the red area when this attack hits. I'm purposely interrupting it. So I'm gonna attack there. I'm going to switch to Nora for a lol all. I'm going to get a triple interrupt here. And now I start slowing the Griffin after interrupting it and knocking it back. I slowed it for a little bit, but I'm actually not going to slow it much because I want it to get up its next attack before. I don't want to interrupt it on this next turn, so I'm going to let it get its attack off. Okay, good. And now I'm slowing it down. See how far back the Griffin is on the timeline after I purposely let it attack? Well, I interrupted it the first time, and then I let it attack the second time, and now it's way back here on the timeline. So now I'm going to keep it slowed down. And it's far back on the timeline. It's slowed down by Nora's Lolol. It's also slowed down by Nicholas. So I'm going to have time to do lots of other stuff before the Griffin gets another attack. So now I'm going to switch Rubella to Aurora. She's going to start dropping Starlight Alls to take out these ghosts. Again, in all these boss fights, we're pretty much going to keep the big primary boss slowed down while we focus on killing the smaller enemies first. So that's why Aurora's going to be doing these Starlight Alls to take out these ghost ladies. And when we interrupted the Griffin with Rubella, it countered with a Lol All, which made Nora slow. But we're going to counter that with a Quicken All, which will fix Nora's problem and, more importantly, speed up Aurora. So we're going to get a double interrupt here on the Ghost. And we're going to Quicken Aurora so that she easily gets to come in and attack the Ghosts again. We're going to give... Aurora's going to be our primary attacker, at least until we kill the Ghost. So we're going to hit her with an Unstoppable, so that she doesn't have to worry about interrupts. We are going to switch... Iggy's out of energy, so let's get him some more energy. We're going to switch to Finn now, and start dropping Lightning Alls to help kill these ghosts faster. And let's do another Starlight All. And this time, if we interrupt the Griffin, it's not going to be as big of a deal. Okay, so cool. So we didn't even have to do that part. We can easily slow him down again. Okay, so that's not a big deal. So now that we took out the ghosts with Starlight Alls and a Lightning All, now we're going to focus on the Griffin, who we want to hit with physical attacks. So Robert is going to become our primary attacker. So we're going to switch into Robert, and he's just going to be dropping lots of hinders, which will both keep the Griffin slow and do a decent amount of physical damage. And now I'm going to let the Griffin get off its attack. So he brought back one of the ghosts with Revive. That's okay. Aurora can take it out with a Starlight. And we're just going to keep hitting... let's have Robert do a Quicken Potion on himself. Okay, so we were able, because we are so leveled up and we took advantage of those Stardust glitches, Aurora was able to kill that ghost in one more hit, so that's real nice. So now we're just going to keep dropping hinders on this Griffin, which is a pretty strong... See, that did... Okay, yeah. That boss fight went really well. And everyone levels up. We got another Speed Stardust, which is nice. We could take time to say goodbye to everyone here. I'm not going to bother with that. But if you're playing the game, you know, take your time, talk to everyone, enjoy the dialogue, and get into the emotions of the game and all that stuff. So, now here, I don't have anyone with me anymore, including Igniculus. So, Igniculus. So I cannot open these orbs like that anymore. Same thing with this one here. I can't open it. So they kind of put that there to sort of to kind of rub it in my face a bit that I do not have my buddy with me. It's kind of by immediately putting orbs there that I'm not able to open, it makes me instantly miss my little glowy fairy buddy, and it kind of makes me appreciative for how helpful he was, because there's immediately things I need him for that I'm not able to use him for. Before I go to this mirror, I want to fly up above the mirror and get another confession. And now we can come down, talk to Nora, go into the mirror. And this is where we sort of get our first major plot twist of the game. That it turns out that our sweet sister Nora is actually our evil stepsister Nora, aka Nox. And her other sister and her mother apparently all hate us and killed our father and killed our mother and are trying to kill us because they want to take over our kingdom. I didn't mention any of that earlier because it would have been spoilers, but now you know. So now we get this little mandatory cutscene thing here, and this is sort of important to prepare, because if you're playing this game, in like a hardcore speedrun way, where you're trying to beat it on New Game Plus in under an hour, or New Game in under 2 hours, and you're going to like speed run world records, then you basically don't get any breaks in this game. But coming up here, right after you talk to your mom here, she's gonna tell you to go, I think, find her an apple or something like that, and you hop a little bit to the right, and then you come back to the left, and as soon as you come back to the... So, yeah, here. As soon as I go to the right, she tells me to go get something, and as soon as I get it and I start going back left, as soon as I get back to her, some mandatory cutscenes are going to start. So, starting right here is mandatory cutscenes, and there's about 90 seconds worth of mandatory cutscenes. That's just enough time to quickly grab a drink, quickly use the restroom, any of that. So just make a note of that if you're ever doing this game in a hardcore speedrun way, this part right here is your best opportunity to grab a snack, grab a drink, use the restroom. You've got 90 seconds. You don't have to hit any buttons or advance through any dialogue. For the next 90 seconds, it just plays on its own. So if you're going to grab anything, grab it now. So that little cutscene was enough time for me to grab a quick beverage. And now we have added Oangus to the team. This is probably my favorite part of the game. I mean, the game overall is very beautiful. There's lots of areas I like. All the characters are nice in their own ways. But Oangus is probably my favorite overall character. He's a big, tough dude. He winds up he is by far your best physical attacker. He is by far your best physical defender. He becomes a tank. He has a taunt ability where he can, by taunting the enemies, he makes the enemies attack him, which means they don't attack your other characters. And so and so he can basically just volunteer to take the damage and allow someone else to focus on just attacking. And I kind of like his background story, because he was basically working for the bad guys. He was working for the evil queen, but he recognized Aurora's tune that she played on the flute, and he recognized it from when her mom used to play it. And even though he technically is an employee of the bad guys, he realizes that they're trying to kill a sweet little girl, and he says, that's not right, I'm going to do something about it, I'm going to help you and protect you, and we're going to kick some butt together, and we're going to take down the evil sisters and stepmom, and we're going to help the good people win. And so I really like the Oangus character, both for his story background, and he's just a beast of an attacker. Make sure when you get to this creepy tree here with the skulls hanging from it, make sure you grab this confession that's floating up here. There is a... notice that there's a magic defense Stardust floating right there, but we can't grab it yet because we lost Igniculus. When Nora tricked us and said that she was taking us back home, and so we said goodbye to all of our friends, including Igniculus. That was Nora's little trap for us. We purposely left everyone behind, making it easier for them to attack us. And so we don't have a way to grab that magic Stardust right now, but we can backtrack for it later if we want to. Here, let's go ahead and fight this enemy just for practice. These guys here are... I'm just going to show you... I'm purposely going to defend with Aurora just to show you how ridiculously strong Oangus is. I'm going to defend again. The creatures in this area are mostly weak to physical attacks. Check out how strong Oangus is with his Katagita Cleave. Boom, one hit kill. Oh, I was wrong. I thought that was going to be one hit kill. Okay. Oh, these guys are a little stronger than I gave them credit for. I think if you're playing this the way I kind of recommend you play it, which is fighting all of the optional enemies you come across, then by the time you get here, you might actually be so leveled up that would have been a one-hit kill. I slightly overestimated how strong Oangus would be at this point. That was definitely a treasure chest worth grabbing. 3 potent healings is good. Up here's another orb that we can't get yet because we don't have an Igniculus, but we can, same thing with that one, but we can backtrack for it soon. Oh, I meant to get that guy when his back was turned. That's okay. Let's just do this. Let's just do it this way. Oh, and I still messed that up. That's okay. That's better. Okay. So let's switch to... Oh, I don't have anyone else in my party right now. That's right. And I can't even slow people down. Oh, and I forgot to open up my... Oh, that's why I just realized why I thought Katagita Cleave was going to be a one-hit kill and it wasn't. I forgot to open up my skills menu and use my skill points on Oangus. So let's see if that makes a difference. I should have done that, and I just simply forgot. Nice critical hit there. Okay, so let's do what I should have done now. And skills, here's the part I forgot. Okay, so yeah, his Katagita Cleave starts out, it already starts out as a pretty good physical attack, does 24 damage, with a 20% chance of pushing creatures back on the timeline by 30%. And then this taunt skill attracts dark creature attacks for 3 turns, meaning you're saying you want them to attack Wangus instead of your other partner. But we've got 10 other skill points. So now Katagita Cleave is even stronger, and taunt lasts for an extra turn. Okay. So we get down to this area and says, I wish we had a way to open these machines. I wish Igniculus was here. Oangus says, check the cell nearby. We hear people yelling help. And when you pull the lever, it starts releasing all of our friends. And we basically say sorry to our friends for ditching them, and then we say, you know, we're glad that they're back, and all that good stuff. Okay, so now that we're in this area, if I'm doing this in speedrun mode, I just go ahead and proceed from here. I don't backtrack at all. But if it's your first time playing, which I'm assuming it is, then it's actually worth backtracking a little bit to get the stuff that we missed. So we fly back up here. Where was... oh. Fight this guy. Okay, so see this wolf creature here, who's kind of this dark blue color? He's a dark creature, so he has a light weakness. These armored creatures, they don't have a specific weakness, but they're more weak to physical attacks. So we're going to use Oangus to do a Katagita Cleave on the armored bird. And we're going to use... there we go. See, look at that, 407. That's a lot of damage. So... that's why it wasn't a one-hit kill earlier, because I forgot to upgrade his attack. And now we're going to hit him with a Starlight. Should do a decent amount of damage. Yep. Oh, and let's give Oangus an Oculi on his weapon slot to make him stronger. So... where was... and so we upgrade his strength, and then let's give him... are we able to do a... red and green makes yellow, yeah? Yeah. So, let's... oh, and we definitely... Oangus, we definitely want him to level up fast, because what's his... 29, 20, 29, 30... oh, yeah, let's look at... we want Oangus... that's another important thing. I should have mentioned this sooner, I just forgot. When we said goodbye to everyone earlier, and they left the party, all the Oculi that were on them, we basically took off. And so, now that they have all rejoined the party, they no longer have Oculi on them, so we need to fix that. So, let's give Finn back a onyx in his weapon slot to increase his spell power by 15%. Let's put a faceted tourmaline on his necklace accessory slot to increase his magic. Let's put a faceted diamond on his armor slot, 15% XP. So now Aurora and Finn are good. Let's go to... Let's see, how many more... Okay. Let's see, diamonds. We can make 3 more of those. 1 more. So we can make a couple more faceted diamonds. Let's do that. Okay. So we've got 1. Let's make another one. We can make 2 more faceted diamonds. Actually, but we're gonna want for some fights coming up. Hold on a second. There's fights coming up where it'll be useful to have. We don't want to turn all of our oculi into diamonds because there's fights coming up where we're gonna fight some water enemies, and so we want some emeralds to put on our weapons slots to give them lightning abilities. And we want some sapphires to put on our defensive slots to give our armor slots to give us defensive resistance to water attacks. So we don't want to convert all of these to diamonds, but we can do. So let's just do the tumbled for now. So there's another tumbled diamond. Let's keep that. Let's keep that. Let's do that for now. Okay. So, we definitely want Oangus to level up fast. So let's give him the other faceted diamond. Let's give... So he's got faceted... let's combine 3 more... Let's combine these faceted and give this one to Robert. And then these other people don't matter as much. Everyone's that should be at about the same level. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. So let's give them, and that should work. And since Rubella's our healer, we'll go ahead and give her this Aaron Stone. We don't really need it, but we don't have anyone else to put it on. And then we also want... Oangus would love to have a rough citrine. Can we make a bigger one later? We'd need one of those and one of... To make a citrine, we would combine red and green. But I'm gonna want some greens later, so... let's just give him the small one for now. So this is gonna make his melee attacks at least have light damage. And I think that's decent for now. Yeah, that should be good for now. Okay. Okay, physical attacks. We're gonna Oangus will take care of these guys pretty easily, but I probably should have gone with Rubella Tumble All. Yeah, if I fight more of these guys, I'll go with Rubella Tumble All. So I'm backtracking mainly to get that Stardust that was up above. There we go. Okay, and now that we're back to this puzzle area, the way you want to do this is, so you've got this series of gears here. This gear in the top left wants to come over and the gear in the top left wants to come over and connect to this one, and you want this chain, you want it to move all of these and eventually unwind this. But this one here is blocking them. So the first step we do is we move this one out of the way. And then you don't move this one. This one is already where it needs to be. If you move this one, it messes up the chain and you'll need to move it back. So we're going to need to move this one up here. And you're also, where Aurora is, you're going to need to pull this lever to get it some slack. And you don't have to do it at the same time, but it saves you a couple seconds of like a little mini cutscene if you do them both at the same time. So okay, and now when we go down into this next area, there's a Stardust that we can grab over on the right side. You can actually grab it from here with Igniculus. But you can also just go down, you can also come up over to this way and grab it like this, and then grab this orb here, which is worth grabbing for the potent magic potions. And let's fight everyone in this area just for the practice and the level ups. And this is a new enemy. Just like the armored birds, anyone you see in the armor, you're going to want to attack them with physical attacks rather than magic attacks. And these dark wolves have a weakness to light. So we're going to hit this guy with a Katagita Cleave. Going to hit the wolf with a Starlight. Okay, cool. So Oangus now has Katagita Cleave All, which will be very useful in pretty much every fight for the rest of the game. So to show that off, so let's take down these guys with some Katagita. And let's switch to a Rubella for a Tumble All. And Robert with a Hinder All there would have also been a good choice, because it would have done decent physical damage and slowed them down. Okay, so we've got 3 enemies here. Let's hit them with a... Where's Robert? Let's hit them with a Hinder All, which will do decent damage as well as slowing them all down. Probably get it. Now Starlight on the wolf. Okay, now Oangus says that he wants to go save his friends who are trapped in the dungeon. And you can either help him save his friends, or you can go on without him. We definitely don't want to just leave him, because he, again, is definitely our strongest physical attacker and our best defensive person, and we definitely want him for the rest of the game. If you're speedrunning this game, there's actually a really cool glitch that you can take advantage of here, where you go talk to him, he rejoins the party, you automatically enter that doorway that he's standing in front of, you then immediately exit back out of that doorway. So Oangus says, oh, I guess you're not going to help me, and he leaves the party again. You would fly to the right, go past the second statue. You'll see a little autosave icon in the bottom right. You pause, you quit the game back to the main screen, reload the game, and suddenly Oangus is right back in your party. And that saves a lot of time by not doing the dungeon area that he wants you to do. But only do that if you're in like hardcore speedrun mode. If this is your first time playing the game, just go ahead and go with Oangus, go through the dungeon, save his friends. That's the more natural way to play. And you'll get some extra Stardusts and some treasure chests, and so. Okay, so we're gonna press down and X to drop down through the floor. There's some stuff on the sides that we can grab if we're paying attention. Over here on the right side is a dodge Stardust. And then when we get to this area, where there's these this totem pole and these 4 teepees, they're all worth going into, but the top left one is the most important, because top left has an HP Stardust in it. But we can go in the other ones too and fight some. We can fight these other guys for some practice and some extra level ups. Let's do a cleave all and a starlight all. ×2 magic potions is always nice. Oh, okay, so nothing in... So that one wasn't worth going in, but that's okay. Part of the fun of this game is exploring, so... Free ball and a starlight all. Okay, so now we enter the maze part of the dungeon. And Oengus here says... he had mentioned earlier something about that there's like a dungeon that's basically impossible to escape from. And it's because in every area there's multiple doors to go in, and if you go in the wrong door, you start back at the beginning of the dungeon. So if you were just guessing and picking doors at random, then you might not ever make it out of this place. So I'll show you the trick to getting out of here. But we're gonna fight all the enemies in this area just for the practice and the leveling up. Oh, that was I should have switched to Robert for the hinder all there. Robert and Oengus are going to be the two primary physical attackers for the game. Rubella is also a good physical attacker, but Robert's Hinder All also slows them down, which is what makes it superior to Rubella's Tumble All. Okay, so, and there's, I think there's another guy down here we can fight. No, there's not. Okay, there's a chest. So, there's a door there. There's a door to the left, there's a door to the right, but only one of them is correct. The key is, look at the statue in the background. See this statue right here? Look at its shield. Its shield has a moon symbol on it, like an upside down moon. So that's your key to which door to use. This door here has what I call a starburst pattern. This door has a star pattern. This door down here has an upside down moon. So it matches the statue's shield. So that's the correct door. The other ones would have taken you back to the beginning of the maze. Okay, so again here, we've got a moon door, but look at the statue. We've got the star pattern on the shield. So this is going to be the correct door this time. Oh, he turned around. That's okay. So let's hit these guys with a... nice double interrupt and slow him down. Switch to Aurora. Hit him with a Starlight. Okay, so again, we look at the... actually, is there anything else down here? Let's fight this guy, just for the practice and the level ups. Okay, so we've got three guys who all want to be hit with physical attacks. So we've got a category to cleave all, and let's hit him with a Robert's Hinder All. Robert and Oengus make a pretty strong team together. Okay, so again, we look at the statue. She's got the starburst pattern on the shield. So this top right door is the one we want. Okay, now another set of 3 physical attackers. So let's start with Robber this time. Hit them all with it. We're gonna slow down the fastest, which is the bird. We're gonna hit everyone with a hinder all. That gives us time to switch to Oengus. Hit everyone with a cleave all. One advantage to Robber is he has a high critical hit percentage chance. Critical hits do at least double damage. So, okay, and again we look at the statue. It's got the moon symbol on the shield. So this door down here is the one we want. And we're almost at the end of the maze. Not quite though. Nice one-hit KO. You can tell that these level ups increasing our stats are making us stronger, because when we first entered this area, it was taking sometimes 3 hits to kill these enemies, and now we're killing most of them in 1 or 2 hits. Again, we look at the statue. We've got the upside down moon symbol. This one's a little hard to see because it was dark, but when you're standing over here, it's kind of hard to see it. But it's this door over here. And we got to the end of the maze, and we have rescued Oengus's friends. So again, there was a glitch that we could have used to skip all of that part and still keep Oengus on our team, but we got a lot of treasure chests in the process. We get this strength Stardust up here in the top right corner for our efforts, and we got to fight a lot of enemies for the extra experience and level ups, and we get the nice feeling of knowing that we rescued Oengus's friends. And at the very end of the game, we'll basically see a little cutscene where these guys show up and thank us for rescuing them. So you know, overall it was worth doing. And Oengus feels like he failed because he joined the Evil Queen's team for a bit, but Aurora reminds him that he did the right thing when it mattered, and he rescued her and he rescued his friends, and she plays this lovely little flute tune and makes him feel better. It's one of the reasons I like this game is it's very uplifting. And so now Oengus has joined our team, and before we, there's a chest up here we can grab, and we're gonna fly up to the top of this area, and there is we're gonna grab that confession right there. And before we go further right, we're gonna come straight back down, and we're looking for a little save icon. I think I might have missed it, but that's okay. So, when I'm going to start this fight, and I'm purposely going to flee from it, because we can do that Stardust glitch again. You can do it at all major boss fights, not at the mini bosses, but at the major bosses. So we're going to flee from here, and watch the bottom right corner of the screen. See that little save icon right here where Iggy is? Okay, so now that it's saved, let's look at our inventory. So it basically saved with this amount of Stardust, and we can take advantage of that. Okay, we've got lots of skills from leveling up. Let's see if we can do anything. Most of these are maxed out. Tristis, he can get another. He's up to extend spells too. So now his haste lasts for 5 turns, and his unstoppable lasts for 5 turns. So we can definitely take advantage of those, or possibly. Oangus, his defense. We increase his defense by another 10. That definitely helps. And everyone else is maxed out. After this next boss fight, the rest of these skill trees will become available. And that's why we saved up these skill points rather than spending them on paths that are less ideal. It's better to save the skill points for the paths that are best. But we can let's make our people better now. Let's combine all the oculis that we have saved up so far. One of the reasons it's good to explore and open lots of treasure chests and all that good stuff is to get all these nice oculi that we can do stuff with. Okay, so we've got, so this next, we've got 2 ghosts, Robert, Wingus, Hinderall, Taunt. So this next boss we're gonna fight, they've got some light weaknesses. So we've got so let's give him a better weapon. We're gonna hit them all with a Hinderall, but that ignores the oculi. We're mainly going to use Oangus as a physical tank. Aurora is going to be doing most of the damage with her starlights, and then we're going to switch to Robert and Oangus doing physical damage. So let's make sure Aurora's good first. So she's got the Tumbled Onyx, the Faceted Tourmaline. Can we make those any better? We can. Let's see. I don't think we could make one more Tumbled Onyx. Yeah, we could make one more Tumbled Onyx, and then we could combine. We could take off 2 of these onyxes and make a. Yeah, you know what? We could make a. Should we do that? I think we should. We could make, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna take the Tumbled Onyxes away from, I'm gonna take the Tumbled Onyxes away from Finn and Aurora. I'm going to combine a Tumbled Tourmaline and Amethyst and Citrine and make one more Tumbled Onyx. I'm going to combine the 3 Tumbled Onyxes into a Faceted Onyx and give that back to Aurora. She's going to be our primary attacker in this next boss fight. So now it increases her spell power by 20%. So that's always nice. And then for our attackers, let's see. We've got Brilliant Diamonds, Rough Diamonds, Faceted. Okay, so that's all. So everyone's pretty good on diamonds. And I think we're good. We've got... Let's put a small Citrine at least back on Oangus just in case he gets a chance to attack. And I think that'll work. And now, let's do our... Okay, so now that I closed out, there was a little save icon in the bottom right corner, but now I can do the anytime that you do stuff with changing oculi, it'll auto save. So I did that first, or anytime you change stuff with the skills, it'll also autosave. So now that I did all that, now I can do the Stardust glitch again. So now that we have Oangus on the team, he's going to be our primary tank. He's going to use his taunt ability and make the enemy attack him instead of our other fighter. And so we want to give all the HP and all the defense to him. But again, I'm never going down to 0. I'm always stopping at 1. So, stop there. Magic could go to either Aurora or Finn. But let's go to... let's see. We're going to need both of them. She's currently lower. Let's give this one. Let's give this to Finn. Defense is going to go to Oangus. Magic defense is also going to go to Oangus. MP 63, 67. Let's give this to Finn. Strength is definitely going to go to Oangus. He's going to be our primary physical attacker for the remaining boss fights. And what's Robert at? What? Oh, strength 154. Okay, yeah. So, oh wow. So yeah. So normally Oangus would be much higher than. Normally he'd be our strongest attacker already. The only reason Finn is higher is because when we did these Stardust glitches earlier in the game, I gave all the strength Stardust to Robert, which definitely helped with the previous boss fights and will still help with the next coming boss fights. But now I want to give all of them to Oangus. So, stop at 1. And we're going to give dodge to Oangus because, again, he's going to be our tank. He's going to be taunting and telling the enemy to attack him. So if he can occasionally dodge an attack, that'll be extra helpful. Speed, let's give this to Aurora. And everything's at 1. I didn't put anything at 0. There's no autosave. We're going to go start the boss fight. I will flee from the fight, and I will do the Stardust glitch a few more times. Again, you don't have to do this. It's not required at all. If you were doing a hardcore speed run, then you wouldn't even bother with this. But you would need to know... When I do my hardcore speed runs, I don't do the Stardust glitch, but I basically know the perfect strategy to beat the bosses. If you're playing for your first time, you don't yet know the perfect strategies. It's definitely helpful to... And now that we started the fight in Fleed, we got all of our Stardusts back. I can go ahead and grab this orb down here, which is okay. That triggers an autosave, but it's okay because I have all my Stardusts back already. I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have used all this. I wouldn't have done the Stardust glitch and then grabbed this orb because that would have triggered an autosave and messed me up. But if I'm doing it after I've fleed from the battle and got my Stardusts back, then it's okay. So now let's do this again. We're going to give all the HP and defenses to our tank here. We're also going to give our Strength Stardust to our tank/physical attacker. And by spending a few minutes doing this and taking advantage of this glitch, it's going to make the rest of the fight much easier. We're also going to give some dodges to our tank. MP doesn't matter too much. Let's give those to Aurora. Magic, 143. Let's give those also to Aurora. Anything else? Speed, let's give 1 to her. Okay, everything's at 1. Let's go do that one more time. Theoretically, you could do this, this Stardust glitch, you could sit here and spend an hour doing this 20 or 30 times and get all your characters to like maxed out 999 stats, which once I figured out this Stardust glitch after my first dozen or so times playing, that's basically what I did on my primary account. I sat there and just did this glitch over and over and over again until all my characters had 999 attack, 999 magic attack, 600 defense, 600 magical defense, 50 speed, 50 critical hit, 50 dodge, and I basically did it until everyone had maxed out stats. And that's why I'm able to now do New Game Plus speedruns in 40-something minutes, and I have the second fastest time in the world for consoles, and I think the 6th fastest time overall in the world, because since everyone has maxed out stats, I'm able to just one-hit KO almost all the bosses. But for your first time playing, don't worry about doing it that many times, but if you want to take advantage of it a couple of times and just increase people's stats, do this 2 or 3 times, then it'll make your boss fights much easier and more fun and less stressful. So again, Oangus, our defensive tank, gets all the HP, all the defense, all the magic defense. Oangus also gets all the strength. Aurora or Finn would get the magic. Let's give some to Finn now. I try to sort of keep them, because there's a couple boss fights coming up where Aurora with her light attacks will be the primary attacker. There's also a couple boss fights coming up where Finn with his lightning attack will be the primary attacker against water enemies. So you kind of want to balance the magic and the MP between the two of them. 75, 79. So let's give this to her. Anything else? Dodge. A couple dodges go to Oangus also. Speed goes to Aurora. Okay, and again, everything's at 1. I purposely did not put anything at 0. If I had, it would trigger an autosave and it would mess this up. So I'm ready to fight the boss now. I could do this more times, but this is plenty. I should still have an easy boss fight. But I'm not going to beat the boss yet. As I've mentioned before, you never want to do the Stardust glitch and then immediately go beat the boss, because right now all my Stardusts are at 1. And if I beat the boss right now, it'll save with all my Stardusts being down at 1. So I want to flee one more time, get my Stardusts all back, and now I go fight the boss. So that after the boss is dead, I still have all my Stardusts. Anytime you do the Stardust glitch, go start a boss fight and flee one more time, get your Stardusts back, and then continue beating the boss. Okay, so now we are definitely ready to kick some butt in this fight. In the previous fights, it was a bit... In the previous boss fights, we definitely didn't want to interrupt the boss, because they would speed themselves up or slow us down or things like that, and they would make it a lot more difficult. In this fight, we kind of don't want to interrupt the boss, but it's not as big of a deal. If we interrupt the boss, which is this serpent creature here, she'll do a heal all, which is a little bit annoying, but it's not that big of a deal, because we are doing more damage to the enemies than even what this heal all restores. So it doesn't even cost us an extra turn. It's like an extra half turn at most. Because we might be hitting them for, I'm just making up a number here, but we might be hitting them for 400 or 500 damage per turn. And if we interrupt the boss and she does a heal all, it might heal them for like 200 or something like that. So it's not, but it doesn't speed them up, it doesn't slow us down, so it's not that big of a deal if we interrupt her. We kind of want to try not to, but it's not as important as it was on the previous fights. So for most of the boss fights, the remaining part of the game, we're going to have a similar strategy on every fight. We're pretty much always going to start with Oangus and Robert. Oangus is going to do a taunt, because he's our tank. Oangus he's a beast. He's got a lot of physical defense, a lot of magic defense, a lot of HP. He is prepared to take hits. So he's going to taunt and take the hits. And then we're going to use Robert to do a hinder all to slow everyone down. It'll also deal a decent amount of damage, but more importantly, it's going to slow everyone down. So for the rest of the game, every boss fight is pretty much going to start with a Robert Oangus taunt, Robert hinder all. That's how every boss fight's going to go. And I mean, if you ever want to do something your own way, by all means, go for it. But just, this is the best way to do it. So, okay, so we already have our Oangus out. Let's start with a Robert. Let's bring him out. Let's hit everyone. We're going to keep the boss slowed down. We're going to hit everyone with a hinder all. Oangus is going to do a taunt. And he's going to tell the enemy, hit me, don't hit Robert. Oh, now, that's a little bit unlucky there. The ghosts have this Wheel of Death ability, and Wheel of Death hits both creatures. Even if Oangus does taunt, Wheel of Death hits both of them anyways. So that's why Robert got interrupted. But usually during a fight, each ghost only does Wheel of Death once. So now that one of the ghosts has done it, it probably won't do it again. So that's okay. I can still get off my hinder all now. And if Oangus was low on health, this would be a good opportunity to use a health potion. I've got plenty of them. And actually, we probably still... Let's see. Do you still do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Just because again, when I use taunt, I'm telling the enemy to attack Oangus, so he's going to be taking all the damage. We don't want Oangus to die. If he dies, then suddenly all the attacks are going to hit our other character, whether that be Robert or Aurora or someone, and then that's going to be really bad. And if Oangus dies, and then all the attacks hit the other character and they die, then suddenly we get a game over and we have to restart the fight. So the highest priority here is keeping Oangus alive. So once you get hit a couple of times, if you're down to anywhere near half health, just go ahead and use a health potion on him. Let him be the tank, let him take all the damage, let him heal his own damage, and let someone else be the primary attacker. So, now that Robert got off his hinder all, and the enemy is going to be slowed for a few turns, now we're going to switch to Aurora. Again, with all of the boss fights, we're always going to keep the main boss slowed, and we're going to focus on killing the smaller enemies first. In this case, it's these ghosts. They have a light weakness, because they're like ghost demon creatures. So now, Aurora is our primary attacker. She's going to be hitting them with Starlight Alls. And we don't have to worry too much about interrupts because Oangus did taunt, so the ghost should try to hit him. There's a chance that this ghost here will do a Wheel of Death, which would hit both of them. So because of that, I'm gonna slow him down, just to make sure that Aurora gets her attack off first. Since Oangus did a taunt, and he's definitely gonna be getting hit, I'm going to do a defend with him. And it's a good thing I did, because he got hit. So he would have taken more damage if I didn't do the defend, and he would have got interrupted anyway if I tried to do an attack or something, or use a potion instead of the defend. So, remember, Oangus is your tank. So do a taunt with him, and then just defend, alternate between defends and using healing potions. Let him take all the damage, while someone else like Aurora or Finn deals out the damage. Okay? But now, he's far enough ahead on the timeline that he won't get interrupted. And he's at full health, so he can afford to use either a quicken or damage potion on Aurora. Either one would be good. so let's use a damage potion on her. And let's hit everyone again with a Starlight All. Okay, now the boss's last attack slowed down Oengus, but we actually are completely fine with that. In a way, that actually kind of helps us, because Oengus did Taunt, and Taunt takes all the enemy's damage for 4 turns. That's Oengus's 4 turns. So, by slowing down Oengus, that means that his Taunt essentially lasts for longer compared to the speed at which Aurora is dealing out her light attacks. So, when our tank, Oengus, has used Taunt, we don't mind him being slowed down. That means his Taunt for 4 turns actually lasts even longer. He can still heal when needed, he can still defend when needed. We're perfectly fine with him going slow. He's not our primary attacker. Aurora is our attacker. Oengus is just taking the damage. We're totally fine with him going slow. But he's still fine on health. He already used a potion to give Aurora extra damage. Now he can use another potion to make her go even faster. Probably not necessary because if you look at the ghosts, they're both hunched over, so they're both low on health, so Aurora's probably going to kill them on the next turn anyway. But just for sort of, if you were not doing all the Starlight glitches that I've shown you so far, Aurora wouldn't be as strong as she is, and it would take more turns to kill the ghosts. So just to sort of show you good habits, what I would do here with Oengus, he already used Taunt, he already used a damage up elixir on Aurora. The next thing you should do is a quicken elixir on Aurora. Because now she's powered up, she's going fast, and she's just kicking butt, while Oengus takes all the damage. Okay, so now we have killed the ghosts. So, we don't really need this team anymore. Or we don't need Oengus being the... Aurora did her job. She did her Starlight Dolls and got rid of the ghosts. Now we can focus on the main boss, who is weak to physical attacks. So we're going to switch to Robert and Oengus. So, we're going to bring out Robert. I'm going to start hitting Hinders. Hinders is going to do it, not only is it going to slow the ghost, but it's going to do a decent amount of physical damage as well. Or sorry, not ghosts, the dragon. He hit him for like 600, that's pretty good. And it slowed him down. Okay. Oengus could do a taunt here, just to make sure that he takes the damage instead of Robert. But we'll probably kill this enemy fast enough that it's not that big of a deal. Robert has decent defense and HP. He can take a couple of hits and be okay. So Oengus probably doesn't need to do a taunt here. We can probably just, if you wanted to sort of be extra safe, I would say do a taunt. But if you're in if you've done the Stardust glitch a few times and you're feeling confident in the strength of these attackers, then it's okay to be a little bit more aggressive and just start going for the cleaves and the hinders. See, okay, so yeah, we definitely didn't need a taunt because we killed that thing in one more hit. So, that's the advantage of that. The reason that we went out of the way to fight all the creatures that we came across earlier and level up and boost all our stats and take some time to do the Stardust glitch a few times is it made that boss fight real easy. Whereas if you watch my speedrun videos where I just go straight from boss fight to boss fight, when I get to this fight here, I'm at a much lower level. My stats are much lower, so I have a more difficult fight, a longer fight, and I basically have to have a perfect strategy. And if I make any mistakes in the boss fight, I get crushed and get killed and get a game over and have to start over again. So, but the reason I've been recommending that you fight all the other optional enemies and do the Stardust glitches a few times is it makes these boss fights much nicer. So, that was pretty easy. So now we can continue on to the next area. And notice that Aurora basically leveled up there. Like she went from little girl Princess Aurora to now she's like adult Queen Aurora.
And made her journey to the sea. If the highest of the high was in the sky, the lowest of the low had to be beneath the white-capped waves of the Lemurian Sea. The waters of the flood continued to rise. The Duke was at death's gate. Umbra and Nox waited in the dark. Little time left to alter the hands of fate.
So, now that we defeated that boss, and Aurora transitioned from little girl princess to adult queen, the rest of our skill trees have opened up. So this is why I said earlier to not spend the skill points on those other trees, and instead just wait, because now we can go like this, and we have finished the skill tree. So Aurora now has the highest level of the Starlight attack, the highest level of the Starlight All attack, and the highest level of Elevate damage. Now we can spend extra skill points on her other areas. I would go for this one first. I would go for this path first because by increasing her defend here, see her previous defend that she started the game with, reduces damage by 40% and increases her speed by 70%. Now it reduces her damage by 60%. So if she, especially when you very first start the game and Aurora's like your only character, if you do need to defend, now it works even better. And she'll eventually get up to, she'll eventually have slash all and improve her slash attack because, at the very beginning of the game, where she's your only character, or during the first sections of the game where maybe you only have her and Rubella, you do use her as a physical attacker. We didn't improve the slash tree first because it was much more important to get this tree done, because we had other physical attackers. You only had one character with a light attack, and so that's why the Starlight attack was a higher priority, and several of the boss fights towards the end of the game need a light attack, and so that's why getting this maxed out first was the top priority. And Elevate damage is also very useful. I mean, look at this Elevate damage level 3, increased damage by 45% for 4 turns. That makes a big difference. So that was the top priority. But now that it's maxed out, we can start working on the slash tree. And during your next playthrough, if you do a New Game Plus, you'll finish off this tree, and then go ahead and do this one. This tree down here, this light ray attack is very strong. It does do more damage than Starlight, and there's a 10% chance. There's a 10% chance of just instantly killing whoever you hit with it, no matter how much HP they have. So it is a very strong attack. But the reason we did Starlight first is that Starlight is a faster attack, and it uses less MP. So when Aurora was very low level, and she didn't have very much MP, Starlight is just better. But if you start doing New Game Plus, and she's higher leveled, and she has plenty of HP, especially if you're doing the Stardust glitch. I would say finish off the slash tree first, and then you can go finish off this tree, and eventually Light Ray will become your primary attack. And as you eventually work on this bottom tree, you get this cool passive ability. counterattack, where if an enemy does hit you, you will just automatically hit them back with a very strong attack that sometimes just one hit kills them. And that doesn't even count as your move. You just automatically do it if they hit you. But again, you always want to do the Starlight Path first, the Slash Path second, and then the Light Ray and Counterattack Path third. Okay, Rubella, we're going to finish her Tumble tree, and now she's got the highest Tumble attack and the highest Tumble All attack. And now with her other skills, I would go down... she's primarily a physical attacker, so we've already maxed that out. Secondarily, we use her as a healer. So now I would focus on this path down here. She already has a decent heal ability, but if you continue down this path, she gets a better heal ability, and eventually she gets Heal All, which heals both of them. You probably won't use it that often if you know what you're doing, but once in a while it comes in handy. Finn, we're going to finish off his lightning. We now have the strongest lightning attack. We have the strongest lightning all attack. And we have the best Rage of Capilli passive skill. So now, in addition to having really, really strong lightning attacks, all three of Finn's spells have gone up 30%. So that includes the water attack and the fire attack. Those have also gone up 30% because of this Rage of the Capilli. That's another reason why we took this path first. So now that we've finished this path, for the next path, you definitely want to focus on the water one. The reason for that is towards sort of the middle of the game, when you're getting towards the Magnus mountain area, which Magnus is the giant by the Bulmus Populi city, and you go inside Magnus to fight all the spiders. A lot of the creatures inside there are fire-based, and there was the side quest that we did with the mouse who had the fire demons in his basement, and he had fire demons and fire spiders. So the water attacks will be very useful in that middle part of the game. The fire attack here is really only useful at the very beginning of the game. We have grass-based enemies, but at the beginning of the game, you don't have Finn in your party anyways, and those are weaker enemies anyways. And so it's definitely, you definitely want to do the lightning attack and the Rage of the Capilli path first, and then you want to do the monsoon water attack path next, and only after you finish that, then on maybe your second New Game Plus, which would be your third playthrough overall, then you go ahead and finish the wildfire attack. So for him, we're going to put the rest here. Robert, we're going to continue his hinder attack is very strong, so we're going to finish that. We've now got a higher hinder all attack, a higher hinder attack, more critical percent, and we've got the highest level of hinder all. So that was the main thing we wanted to do for him. Now that we've got a little bit left over, I would say the next thing you should do is let's see, does it matter which one? I would then focus on this bottom left path, because so if we go by physical attacks, rain arrows is okay. It's a physical attack towards 3 enemies, but we already have a maxed out hinder all. Look how much damage this does. This does 37 damage and slows them down. Compared to that, even the best version of rain arrows doesn't do as much damage as hinder all, and it doesn't slow them down. So when we already have Robert's best physical attack done, which is the hinder all path. So we're not really too worried about his other physical attacks. But look at this passive attack, Sure Shot. This here increases the chances of his critical hit by 5%. This increases it by 10%. This increases it by 15%. So that means if we focus on this bottom path and we get these sure shots, he can still be dropping his best attack, which is the hinder and the hinder all, which does a lot of damage and slows them down. Plus, he has even better chances of getting a critical hit with those hinder attacks, which will do 2 or 3 times the amount of damage and still slow them down. So again, finish the hinder all path and then focus on the bottom path, not for this shoot arrow, we don't really care about that, but we're going for this sure shot ability as the passive skills, the reason we're doing that path next. Tristis, we're going to continue this bottom path because once in a while, I suppose you could use him for his tumble all ability, but mainly we want to go for this extend spells. We already went from haste for 3 turns to we're up to haste for 5 turns. Same thing with, we went from unstoppable for 3 turns to unstoppable for 5 turns. Now we go boom, boom, boom. And if we get down to here, extend spells, it'll add an extra turn to the haste and the unstoppable. That's our primary. Tristis is mainly going to be a support guy if we ever need him for that. So you want him to be able to haste and unstoppable for as many turns as possible. So that's why we're going to finish this path. Oangus, we now get an even stronger Katagiva Cleave All, an even stronger Katagiva Cleave. We get a taunt. We don't quite have enough MP for this, but we will finish these off soon. We have Golem here. We're going to finish our path with our Shock Alls to slow down the enemies, and our Bump Backs, which have a chance of moving the enemies back on the timeline. So we're just going to finish this path back. We get an even stronger Shock All. We get a even stronger Shock. We get a 30% chance of bumping them back on the timeline. And finally, the strongest Shock All. Because again, Golem is pretty slow. He's a great character. He has strong physical attack, strong magical attack. The only thing holding him back is his speed. But if he can slow down all the enemies, it makes him faster by comparison, and suddenly he becomes a really, really great attacker. So you definitely want to finish this path first. Now that he's finished that path, we've got options. We have the paralyzed path here, which is a magic attack that can paralyze them. But look at this one here. It's got a 10% chance to paralyze them for 4 seconds. That means 90% of the time, it does not paralyze them. So 90% of the time, it's a 90% of the time it's a less good move than Shock is. By comparison, Smash is and if we look at speed, Paralyze is a long attack. Long, if we look at Paralyze All, very long. If we look over here at Smash, it's medium. Smash All is long. So Smash is a faster attack. Golem is already a slow character, so you don't really want him to have slow attacks. So once you finish the Shock and Bump Back path, I would lean towards going with this, because what's the 30% chance? This is kind of a coin flip. I can sort of make arguments for either side here. Smash All does 28 damage, long. Paralyze All, 36 damage, very long. You could kind of go either way here. Let's go. This is a magical attack. So, since we went with Shock first, that's a magic attack. Are both these physical? Yeah, they are. So, okay, since we, yeah, that's okay. Let's go with the paralyzed path. I think either one would be okay, and I think we're all good now. And Oculi. We've got, we can make another, let's make another brilliant sapphire. Let's make a, yeah, that's good for now. So these brilliant sapphires, we're gonna use both of those very soon. So I think everyone is good. Everyone's pretty good now. If we glance at our inventory, we still have a bunch of Stardusts because we've been doing our glitch correctly. All of our side quests are done. So let's continue. When we get started this area, we're going to fly straight up and open this chest. Because this has 3 fairy nectars, which are very nice. That replaces our health and our magic at the same time. We don't have to fight anyone in this area, but just sort of for practice. These black boars, one thing I like about this game is that most everything is color-coded. When a creature is black like this, it means they have a weakness to light. When they're on fire like this, it means they have a weakness to water. So let's switch to Aurora. And we could just do a Starlight on this guy, but we sort of might as well do a Starlight all and do a decent amount of damage to both of them. And let's change to Finn. Hit the fire guy with a strong water attack. Oh, so we killed them both in the first hit. That's nice. Make sure to grab this orb here. 3 potent magic potions, very nice. If you're playing your first time, I'd recommend fighting basically all the enemies we pass. I'm not going to bother with that because we're already clearly very strong. Make sure, in this little hidden area, there was a speed Stardust here. Make sure to grab that. Up here, see this statue by these green crystals? Interact with this. It says something about finding treasure in the golden rectangle, follow the path of light, and you get a quest here. Find Symbol's secret. We don't have to fight this guy, but just for practice. Here's a new enemy. So these 2 black boars have a weakness to light. This white skeleton horse here, he has a resistance to magic, and you want to hit him with physical attacks. So let's slow down the horse because I think he's the fastest. Let's hit everyone with a Starlight all, because that'll do a lot of damage to the 2 boars. And then for the horse, we're going to bring out a Wengus. Let's hit him with... We could hit him with just a Catageva Cleave, but let's do an all just in case someone else survives. Ooh, and they didn't, so just... Okay, Catageva Cleave would have been fine. Slash for the interrupt. The next cleave will probably kill him. Yep. Now, when we killed that horse, notice it said devastation. Let me show you what that means. If we look at the skills of a Wengus, one thing I like about a Wengus is he's got this, where is it? Where's his skill? Oh, actually, oh no, that wasn't that. Okay, so sometimes if you hit someone with like a ridiculous amount of damage, like more than needed to kill them, sometimes you'll see that little code of devastation. But with Oengus, once we finish this path with the taunt and Catageva Cleave, we're going to focus on this path to the top right. He gets this Kiss of Death, where his attack has a 10% chance of instantly killing a creature no matter how much they have health they have left, and then a 15% chance, and then a 20% chance of killing them no matter how much they have health left. By comparison, this Quake attack isn't all that great. It takes 2 attacks to hit, so we're definitely going to finish this path, and then do the top right path, and then on your next playthrough you can focus on the bottom one. But it's not even, I would say that attack's not even worth using. Okay, so let's continue. If we go down here, here's another secret area that, again, it looks like solid rock to your left until you actually go over here. Treasure chest you can open. And we don't have to fight every enemy, but if it's your first time, I would recommend it. So we're going to Starlight on this guy, Cleave on the other guy. Boom, one hit kill. One hit kill. So look at how strong we are. Because we've been fighting every optional enemy and taking advantage of the Stardust glitches, we're now getting one hit kills on these enemies, which is real nice. We get an automatic cutscene here. This is Jin. She's a sweet little girl. I feel bad for her. She says the ogre has been taking all the villagers from her town, and they took her mom and dad, and she is expressing hope that her mom and dad will come back, but there's low chances that her mom and dad will come back. So after we talk to Jin, after we talk to her, make sure open this chest up here, because it's got 3 tumbled oculi in it, which is definitely worth grabbing. And then if you move Igneous or Iggy over to the right here, there's a strength Stardust over here that's worth grabbing before we leave. And can we go in? You don't have to fight this guy, but you can if you want to. So we've got a dark boar here with a light weakness. One hit kill. You got a fire guy here. So we'll switch to Finn, hit him with a monsoon. This decent chance this is a one hit kill. Not quite, that's okay. Three unstoppables, that's nice. Okay, 2 guys. So these guys, they're weak to light, but that also means they're weak to magic in general. So let's hit them with a lightning all followed by a starlight all. Wow. Okay, so Finn is pretty strong, because lightning wasn't even their weakness, and he still one hit KO'd him. That's basically how you know you're doing pretty good at this game. If you've been making the effort to fight pretty much every enemy you've come across and taking advantage of the Stardust glitch, if you get to a point where you're one hit killing the enemies, that's when you know that you're basically doing good at the game. Okay, now, these creatures, the ghost horses, or skeleton horses, is probably a better way to say it, and the skeleton armored guys, these all have weaknesses to physical attacks. We don't want to be hitting them with magic. So we're going to switch to We're going to switch to Robert and hit them with a Hinder All, which will do a lot of physical damage and slow them down. And then we're going to switch to Owangus and hit them with a Cleave All, and this right here should easily wipe them all out. Oh, this guy only survived because he got a lucky dodge. It happens, but... Okay, we're gonna go into this door here. There is a... there's some Stardusts in here to grab. That's why it's worth making the extra little trip. So in this next area, we have... Let me show you sort of what we need to do. We want to go this way. Okay, so there's it. So we want to go down. We want to go into these other areas, but there's doors stopping us. So this door right here is open. When we open up, if we go pull this lever right above us here, it opens this door, but it also closes this door. So we can't just take this easy path to the right. We're going to have to go down and go around. So when we pull this lever, you're going to hear a timer start ticking. It closes one door, opens the other, and now we kind of have a timer limit. But there's going to be a couple Stardusts that we grab on the way, so pay attention where these are. I'm going to go straight left. There's a Stardust, a defense Stardust that was in the eye of that fish there, on the very left side of the screen. And now we're going to fight to go to the right. There's a Stardust right there. And now we're going to go up and to the left. And it's okay if you get caught in these currents a couple of times. It's... As long as you try your best, you'll probably get through this. And now we go in here and we're good. That wasn't too bad. So we got 2 easy Stardusts and a couple of treasure chests. And now we can exit out of this area. We continue right. Look at this shrine here. We've found a bunch of these so far. This is the 5th one we found. We're going to come back to these all real soon. When you get to this shrine, you're going to go up here to the right and look for this confession that's floating up here in the breeze. And now that we got that, we continue right. We could fight that guy, but we're good. When you get to this area, the order you do this in doesn't matter. Iggy says, look at these glowing things. Numbers in Latin cast. What are they for? So there's like a little light puzzle here. You've got a Roman numeral 5 here, a Roman numeral 8 here, a Roman numeral 13 here, which these are part of the Fibonacci sequence. 0 plus 1 is 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 1 plus 2 is 3, 2 plus 3 is 5, 3 plus 5 is 8, 8 plus 5 is 13. So 5, 8, and 13 are part of the Fibonacci sequence. So the 8 is down here. We can do this one right now without even moving it or anything. And now we're going to go get the other ones. So we're going to go up past this guard and go up into this next area. Here is the number 5. We push this down. And we push this down again. And we can sneak basically behind this guard without worrying about him. We come up here and grab the 13 and push it down. You can light the 13 from where it already is, like that. We're going to grab this chest here. That's a very important chest. That is ×2 unstoppable elixir alls. I believe those are the first ones that we've gotten so far. Let's double check. Yeah, we only have 2. Unstoppable Elixir Alls. These are going to be very useful for the remaining boss fights. So, even if you don't get all of the chests that I show you in these videos, make sure you grab this one right here. Unstoppable Elixir Alls is one of the best possible things you can get in any treasure chest. So here, I've got the 5, but I need to push it past this dude. I could just blind him and push it past him, but for the practice, let's just go ahead and kill these guys first. These should be easy. Bone skeletons means they have a weakness to physical attacks. So we're going to cleave all, we're going to hinder all. Oops. I did cleave. I meant to do cleave all. That's a small mistake, but... And then I should have just done hinder on him, so... Cleave all probably would have been a one-hit KO on both of them, so I made that fight longer than it needed to be. Okay. So I'm going to push this down off the ledge now, but I'm not going to go down yet. There's some other stuff I need to do up here. At least if you're going for 100%. Let's fight this guy just for the easy experience. Okay. Let's slow down the bird. Whenever you see a bird, they're probably going to be the fastest, so slow it down. Let's hit everyone with a cleave all. Let's hit everyone with a hinder all. We only have one person left. Let's just... Doesn't Finn. Let's hit him with a monsoon. Oh, forgot to open that chest. Okay. Again, we don't have to fight these guys, but the more we do, the more we level up, the easier the boss fights are going to be. So, let's switch to Aurora and hit these guys with a Starlight All. Let's switch to Oangus and hit him with a Cleave All. So, in that fight there, since I one-hit KO'd them both, I probably could have done, instead of a Starlight All and a Cleave All, I probably could have done just Aurora Starlight on the Black Pig and Oangus Cleave on the Skeleton, and that probably would have worked fine. But there's a small chance that either one of them could have dodged. So the reason I did Starlight All and Cleave All is that if one of them dodged, then at least the other attack would have at least hit them with something, even if it wasn't enough to kill them, so. Okay, so 2 of them have a weakness to physical attacks, so let's hit them with a Cleave All. And... switch to Finn, hit this bird with a monsoon. So down here we have another fake wall area. If you look to the left, it looks like just rocks. but once I fly over here, oh, actually, no, sorry, I was mistaken. If we go over here to the right, though, the very right side, and we fly straight up, we get a dodge Stardust. That was the main reason I made the effort to come over here, was to get that. Okay. So, we've got this, now we can push this over. We can light this. And we've got a boss fight. When we get closer to that door, it'll trigger a boss fight. So let's just make sure everyone's good. Aurora's good on health and MP. We've leveled up a few times by fighting everyone, so let's make sure everyone's good. Give her those. She's now got Slash All. Rubella has a better healing ability. Finn. Okay. Robert now has his next better defend ability in case he needs it. Tristis now has a better tumble attack, more extended spells, so his haste and his unstoppable are each for 5. Oh, he's up 6 turns? Oh yeah, he's up to 6 turns each for those, so that's real nice. And then Oengus now has Taunt for 5 turns, and, so check this out, previously his Taunt, so his first version of Taunt attacks for 3 turns. His next level of Taunt attacks for 4 turns, but now this one, not only does he attract attacks for 5 turns, but he also regenerates health, so it makes him an even better defensive tank. Because while he is just taking hits, he's also regenerating his own health. But he also has a stronger Katagiva Cleave All, so he's just a beast now. This guy, he now has a better defend, more strength, so everyone's good on that. How are we doing on Oculi? We got lots from collecting all these treasure chests and fighting all these enemies. Okay, how's everyone doing on their diamonds? Brilliant, rough, faceted, none, faceted, rough. Okay, I think we can do better now. We can make at least one more rough. We can make a couple more. Yeah, we can definitely fix some diamonds. So let's take off. Let's make sure everyone has some diamonds so they can level up for the boss fights for the remaining parts of the game. So we've got one more rough diamond, and we can combine 3 of those to make one more tumbled. We can combine these to make one more tumbled diamond. Okay, so let's make, so brilliant. The priority is Aurora having a brilliant diamond. We put that on way at the beginning of the game. We've never taken that off. Finn, Robert both have faceted. Oengus has faceted. So let's make sure. Let's give her. Who's our next? We got 1, 2, 3 that don't. Okay, so let's give all them at least a tumbled. Okay, so everyone's getting at least 10% extra XP from every fight. Aurora's getting an extra 20. Finn and Robert are getting an extra 15. And Oengus is getting extra 15. I'm good with all that. Okay, let's see. We're good on our skill tree paths. And so we're totally ready for this next fight. Just for sort of practice, let's do a. We can do another. we could do another, again, just for sort of practice, we can do another Stardust glitch here. So let's do, our HP is going to go to our tank here. Defense will go to our tank. Magic defense will go to our tank. Physical attack will go to our tank/attacker. Dodge will go to our tank. MP, let's go to give that to Aurora. Finn would also be a good choice, but that works. Magic, 182, 172. Let's give that to Aurora. And speed to Aurora. And we're good. No auto save because I didn't hit 0 on any of those. So I'm not going to do this boss fight now. If I did the boss fight, it would, and I finished it, it would save, and all my Stardusts would be left at 1. So I'm going to flee from this fight, get my Stardusts back, and then start the fight and actually do it. I basically did that as a reminder. Anytime you do this Stardust glitch that I've shown you, don't immediately complete the next fight. Always flee, get all your Stardusts back, and then go do the fight. Okay, so now that I fleed and reset my Stardust after doing the glitch one more time, now we can focus on finishing this fight. So, as I've mentioned a bunch of times, the strategy in every boss fight is basically slow down the primary boss and take out the other ones first. The primary boss has a resistance to magic and but not really a weakness, but physical attacks hurt him more than magical attacks do. But his other enemies that are with him are these dark wolves that have a weakness to. They don't have a specific weakness, but they're kind of the opposite to him, and that's a common thing you'll see in boss fights. Often the two smaller creatures will often have a sort of opposite weakness as the primary boss. So in this case, he has a resistance to magic and is weaker by comparison to physical attacks. They are the opposite. They have a bit of a weakness or a bit of a resistance to physical attacks, and they're a bit weaker to magical attacks. So the first thing we're going to do, and this is for all the boss fights for the remainder of the game, we're going to always start with a Wengus and Robert. We're always going to start with an Wengus taunt and a Robert hinder all. Because if Robert can slow everyone down with a hinder all, and a Wengus can volunteer to take all the damage with a taunt, that's just going to make everything easier no matter how we do the rest of the fight. So we're going to keep this guy slowed down, and we don't want to interrupt him. This is like the most important boss we don't want to interrupt, because he will, if we interrupt him with damage, he will do a counterattack, which does a lot of damage and paralyzes us for several seconds. So we don't want to do that. It's much better to just let him attack. So we're going to do a... we want an Oengus Taunt. We want a Robert Hinder All. And a Taunt. Okay, so now all of our enemies are going slow, and Oengus is going to take all the damage. This is basically the perfect way to start every boss fight. Once you get Oengus, all the rest of your boss fights are going to start with an Oengus Taunt and a Robert Hinder All, and that's going to make everything else easier. So now we're going to switch Robert out to Finn, and we're going to stop. We're going to try to kill these two smaller wolves first by hitting them with some really strong lightning alls. And Oengus here is going to use a damage elixir on Finn to make his lightning attacks do even more damage. Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. I underestimated how strong my characters were. When I do this as a speed run, it takes multiple turns to kill those dogs. I was not really expecting to kill them in one hit, so that's okay. Since I was able to kill them in one hit, we actually don't need Finn anymore, and now we're gonna focus on physical attacks on the giant ogre. So we're going to switch to Robert, and we're gonna just alternate between hinders and cleaves. Hinders do a pretty good amount of physical damage and slow him down, and Oengus's cleaves will do a lot of physical damage. Oh, Jesus! Okay, well I'm clearly way over leveled for these fights because I just took out an entire boss fight in 2 hits. So that was unexpected, but I'm happy with that. When I do this on my speed runs, that's a much longer, much more difficult fight because I haven't fought everyone else in between, and I haven't done the Stardust glitches in between. Now, when we fought that boss, Aurora made a quick comment about maybe we should go back and tell Jen that, because when we went to start that boss fight, the ogre was like, oh, I stole all the Paseans from the village and I ate them all, so you're not going to get them back. And so Aurora made a comment like, oh, we should go break the news to Jen that her parents got eaten and she's not going to get them back. But it's optional. We don't have to do that. When I'm in like a hardcore speed run, I don't go back and do that at all because Jen she can be useful, but she's not all that crucial on the team. My team's already pretty strong. When we have to backtrack back to her, talk to her, Aurora plays her flute. It takes extra time. It's not really worth it if you're in hardcore speedrun mode. But if you're going for 100% game completion, then you do want to get all the characters, level them all up, finish all the quests. So we will go back and get Jen and talk to her and break the bad news to her, but not yet. There's just a more efficient order to do things in, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, so now that we're in this area, first we're going to go to the left. We open up that little orb. It opens up this door here. And we can get some optional stuff. Potent fairy nectars are always nice. Let's open the door again. Up here is a little secret hidden area. We get a Stardust. Might as well open these. I'm not going to bother to fight most of the people in these areas. They're blue, so they have a water weakness, so Finn's lightning attack would wreck most of them. But I'm considering I beat the last boss in 2 hits. I'm good on levels. I don't really need to fight anyone else. Okay, so we're talking to this guy here, the elemental spirit. He's gonna tell us that he has lost some of his little spirits, and he wants us to go help find them. He's referring to those shrines that we've passed so far in the game, that I told you to sort of make a mental note about, that we would come back to later. So now we have a new side quest called the Lost Lights. So now we're going to go find the missing elementals. So let's go to our map. And the order here doesn't matter, but I kind of like to do these in order of the areas that we visited, just because that feels most natural to me. So we're going to go to the old monastery. We're going to fly straight up. A little to the left, and then straight down. And here we go. This is our first elemental spirit. Okay, 5 more to find. Map. Let's go to Bulmus Populi. Or actually, order doesn't really matter. Let's go Capilli Village. We visited there first. And we're gonna see this signpost here, where we get a little button prompt. We're gonna go into that. We're gonna fly to the right, where this lady was that we returned the pig. We're gonna keep flying further to the right. And here's another shrine. Okay, 4 more left. Let's go map. Let's go Bulmus Populi. We're going to fly up to the right. And we're going to go right as far as we can. We'll sort of hit a waterfall and be stuck on the side of the screen until it forces us to go down. And then we're going to go to the right. And here's the next shrine. Okay, 3 more to go. So now we're going to go to the Temple of the Moon. We're going to go straight down and try to avoid, well, spikes, but enemies also. Okay. I did a terrible job at that and did not avoid any of the things I said to avoid. But we're going to go straight down and then just look a little bit over towards the right side. And here's the other shrine. Okay, I've got that one. We're going to go now to the Pasean village. We're going to fly right past where Jen's house was. And so this is why I said earlier it wasn't really worth backtracking to Jen's house, because now that we're going back for these elementals, we basically passed Jen's house anyways. So this is a more efficient order to do things in. So now we stop in, we sing her a song. we play this song, and then Aurora makes a comment like, "Oh, my mother used to play this for me before she passed." And Jen, it kind of clicks for Jen that that's our subtle way of saying, "I think your parents passed also." And she has a nice little cry, and then agrees to join our team and kick some butt. But I like the way the story is written, because we didn't flat out tell her that her parents were dead, but Aurora said, "Hey, here's a pretty song that my mom used to play before she died," and it just clicks for Jen that we're implying that her parents might be gone, and it's comforting the way she does that. Okay, so now we fly to the right and past this rock, and down here we go. One more elemental shrine. And we've only got one more. So we just fly to the right. Oops. Didn't really mean to hit that guy. That's okay. You could fight him for practice, but we don't need to. And we enter here again. And now as we're flying this way, here's the last elemental shrine. So that was all 6 of them. So now we can go up here. Oops. Well, that wasn't very nice. And now we've got all 6 of them. So we have completed this side quest, and we actually get a really nice reward out of this. So we got 3 faceted spinels or spinels. That's a really nice reward. If you add spinels to the necklace or accessory slot of your oculies, it increases where you start on the timeline, which gives you a big speed boost on each turn. So that's a very, very useful thing to add to your primary attackers. We're going to go down here and go to the right side. There's an optional door we can go in. And the reason we went in this optional door is we've got a... Oops, didn't need to hit that guy that many times. Oh, I'm low on health, so I'm just going to use a... There we go, now we're good. We're going to fight this mini-boss here. So, since he's a black pig, his weakness is light, so Aurora's Starlight's going to do the most damage. But for these 2 skeleton horses, we want to hit them with physical attacks. So, Oangus's Katagiba Cleave All will work nicely on them. We're going to switch to Aurora, hit the main boss with a Starlight. Ooh, we're doing 1,000 plus damage already. That's nice. Let's hit him with another Starlight. Slow this guy down a bit and hit him with a Cleave. Nice. Made that look easy. Everyone leveled up. Some people leveled up multiple times. That's always nice. Oh, I already got that? Okay. Okay, I could fight that guy. We don't really need to. He's blue, so he has a water weakness. So Finn's lightning attack would do a lot of damage. Oops. Okay, before we go left, we're gonna go down. There's a Stardust that we can get over here. Didn't really mean to hit that guy, but that's okay. We can use this as practice. We haven't seen these enemies yet. Here's a little fish guy. Here's an archer guy. They're both blue, so they're water types, so they have a weakness to lightning. So just for practice, let's let's switch to Finn. We now have a really strong lightning all attack. This might be a one-hit KO for both of them. Yep, easy fight. Okay. Grab the chest. There's a... yeah. There's an orb here. It's kind of hidden behind the waterfall. 3 Unstoppables is nice. Another orb here hidden behind the waterfall. Again, if it's your first time playing, I would recommend fighting basically every enemy you see, but you don't have to. I accidentally ran into these ones, but just while we're here, Ghost clearly has a weakness to starlight. Water guy has a weakness to electricity. I can probably one-hit KO both of them. But just to be safe, in case anyone dodges, I'll do a Starlight all and a Lightning all. Okay, so when I get up into this area, I want to grab this magic Stardust over here in the top left. And when I get to this fish statue, I want to look to the top left, and there's a, right here, there's a confession. Make sure you grab that. And chest right below the fish statue. These green crystals. We found a green crystal earlier that gave us a quest. This one here. Sinbel's secret. Follow Sinbel's clues by illuminating them to the golden treasure find. So when you find these green crystals, if you glow them with Iggy, it'll show an arrow pointing to the treasure that you're trying to find. So we'll just keep continuing towards the left. And we can grab this magic Stardust here. We can grab little tricky. Okay, so it's hard to grab this here. We can get that from the other side. I mean, again, you don't Oh. Well, that wasn't very nice. Well, they ambushed us, and I could just flee, but it always makes me a little bit mad when someone attacks me and ambushes me. So let's just teach them a lesson real quick. Since they're ahead on the timeline and might... let's hit them with Rubella for a quick tumble interrupt. Oh, she wasn't quite fast enough. Let's hit everyone with a... That's okay. Let's go to a, hit everyone with a Starlight All. I could have just fleed, but like I said, it slightly annoys me with when they attack me, so I feel like I should teach them a lesson and kill them. Woo! Aurora wrecked them. See, and now they know that they shouldn't have attacked me. I was going to be nice and let them live, but they messed up, so I had to teach them a lesson. Okay, so when we get to this part, we already grabbed the magic defense that was right here. And the way to normally proceed would be down to the left, but before we do that, we're gonna go straight up. There's a hidden path here. Let me show you again. When you're right here, it looks, you don't see any passive. Oh, so let me go to the right first and grab this chest. Okay, so when you're standing right here, you don't see any paths above you, but when you go up, there's suddenly this hidden path you can take. We're gonna grab a critical hit Stardust, and we're gonna go into the store right here. I'm down to half health, so I'm gonna use a healing tonic. Now I'm good. Over here, there's this area with these 3 hanging lights. And there's a door that's shut. We need to light up these 3 lights to get the door that's shut. So we're gonna have kind of a maze type area. Easiest way to do this, as with any maze, is you pick one direction or side of the wall and you just keep hugging that. So in this case, from here, I'm gonna basically hug what is from my perspective, the right side of the wall, and I'm gonna always make right turns. So I'm gonna go down, make a right turn to get to here, and I'm gonna light up this. And here's one of the lights. And I'm just gonna keep hugging what, from my perspective, is the right wall. And we've got a magic defense Stardust. We're gonna come back out, go up. I'm still going. I'm always making what feels to me like right turns. That's how to navigate any maze. You could also do it with always left turns, but you pick a direction and you stick consistent to it. And you can navigate any maze that way, in real life or in video games. You basically put one hand on one wall, and you never take that hand off the wall. And there's our 3 lights. And we've got a lever to open the door. So now we can start finding our way back out of the maze. Again, by making all right turns. I'm low on health. Let me fix that. So we got a fire enemy here. That's okay. Let's wreck this guy. Okay, so 2 of these are water types with an electric weakness, and then we have a fire type with a water weakness. So let's, Finn is going to be our primary attacker here. So I don't have, oh, you know what? Actually, this will be, I never, we added Jen to the party. I never gave her, I never improved her skills. Let's do that real quick. So again with Owengus, now that we finished off his path with the Katagiva Cleave and Cleave All and Taunt, the next path he should focus on is this top right path. Armor of the Titans can be helpful if you're going into defensive tank mode, but the main reason we're taking this path is for the Kiss of Death ability. And it'll also improve his defend, because he's going to be our tank, he's going to defend. He starts with a defend that reduces damage by 40%. The next level reduces defend here, reduces it by 60%. And then the highest level defend reduces it by 80%. So it helps him be a defensive tank. But also, when he comes to attacking, this Kiss of Death will kill all enemies, or has a chance of killing any enemy 10% of the time, and then 15% of the time, and then 20% of the time. So we're going to take this path next. And then for Jen, actually, let's finish everyone else off first. More paralyze. Okay, so now for Jen, she's got 3 skill trees we haven't talked about yet. 1 skill path, so she's got this backward slam, which has can push targeted creatures back by 20%. That's definitely useful. Battle Cry, it increases her speed, but only when she's at very low health. So if we're doing a good job in the battle and she's not at low health, then this doesn't really do anything, so we're not too worried about that. So Backward Slam is decent as a physical attack that pushes them back. Slow Strike here slows down the enemy, and this Jump Forward Jig, this is more useful. This makes our allies begin at further up on the timeline, which makes them attack faster. So that's a very useful ability. And then, but Paralyze is her strongest ability, because she can flat out just freeze enemies for, this freezes them for 6 seconds, and then 8 seconds, and then 10 seconds. And that's not even a percentage thing. It's not like a 10% chance of paralyzing or 20%. This just flat out paralyzes them. So for Jen, you definitely want to focus on this path first. So boom. And now, check this out. She can start any fight by paralyzing the entire enemy team for 10 full seconds. That makes a huge difference in any battle. So now that we finished off that battle, or that skill tree, now let's go with this path over here, Slow Strike, and Jump Forward Jig is going to be the main thing we use it for, because on Jen's first turn, she can paralyze everyone, and then on her second turn, she can basically give one of her partners a significant speed boost. So we'll focus over here now. Okay. Oculite, I think she's the only one who doesn't have a diamond on her, probably. Yes. Do I have any extra diamonds? No, but I think I have enough to make one. I do. Okay, so let's see. I've got 2 brilliant sapphires. 8, 7, 3. What do I currently have on people? Do I have any emeralds, sapphires? No, but I'm gonna want some soon. So I don't want to use all my emeralds or all my sapphires to turn into diamonds. I'm gonna want to keep the two brilliant sapphires. I'm gonna use for defensive stuff. I can use that soon, and I can use the emeralds for offensive stuff. So, but I can definitely use at least one of them. So let's make one faceted diamond. There we go. To give to Jen to help her level up fast. And does everyone have a diamond now? We've got tumbled, faceted, tumbled. And yeah, I think that's pretty good. Enough to make. I could make 2 more tumbled onyx if I wanted to. What do I have on my magicians? Faceted. And oh, I don't have a faceted onyx on Finn. I should have had that on him. You know what? I have enough to give him. Let's fix that. I have enough to give him faceted onyx. So do tumbled. That was a mistake on my part. Finn should have had a faceted onyx on him. Okay. Everyone's got diamonds now. Cool. So again, on your first playthrough, just make sure that everyone has diamonds on their armor slots to take advantage of the XP from every fight that you're gonna do. But we also have from the side quest we did with the elemental spirits. We got a nice reward of this. 3 faceted spindles. That increases where our characters start on the timelines. That makes them a lot faster. So let's give. So let's do. So that increases his magic. Let's give 1 to Robert. Make him start forward on the timeline. Let's give 1 to Owengus. Let's give 1 to Jen. I think that will work. Okay. And now I think we're prepared to kick this boss's butt. So we'll grab this up here. Okay. So now we're in a much better position. So Finn's gonna hit them with a lightning all. Might even be a 1-hit KO on these guys. Let's hit them with a where's Jen? Watch how powerful Jen is. She can straight up say paralyze all. Ooh, 1-hit KO. And now, boom, that guy's flat out frozen. And now we can just easily finish him off. Easy boss fight. well, mini boss, but everyone levels up. Very nice. And now I can leave this area. I already got that chest. And if we look at the crystal, if I glow it, it's saying I need to go down to the left. So I'll make a note of that. Anything down here? Here's another crystal. It says I need to go to the left. And here's another crystal. It says I need to go straight up. So when you get to this crystal here, it says straight up. Notice that it's next to this pillar, or right in front of this pillar. So kind of keep an eye on that. I have to go this way, but I need to go straight up when I get to a pillar. That is relevant. Is there anything up here? Nope. Okay, so I've got this automatic basin cutscene here. Okay, so earlier down below there was a crystal in front of a pillar that told me to go straight up. Well, look, here's a pillar right here, so I'm gonna go straight up. This is a you might not, if you hadn't been following the crystals, you probably would have never noticed this, because this looks like a ceiling right here. But if you were paying attention to the crystals and found the one below that said to go straight up where a pillar is, you get this fake ceiling that you can go up through. And if you go up through the fake ceiling, there's a magic Stardust, and this treasure chest, you get 6 tumbled onyxes, which is very nice, and you complete the quest of finding the secret. So you've got this golden spiral up here, which is related to the Fibonacci sequence. Earlier, where we had the ogre fight, we had statues with Roman numerals of 5, 8, and 13. That's also related to the golden ratio, or golden rectangle here. Okay, so now that we have all that, we're going to pause real quick. Oculi. We've now got a lot of extra stuff we can do. So okay, so we got those 6 tumbled onyxes. We can combine those into, we can combine those into tumbled onyxes. And we got 2 of those, and now, oh wait, faceted, sorry, we combined tumbled onyxes into faceted onyxes. We've got 2 of them. Aurora is already carrying 1. Finn is already carrying 1. So we're going to take off 1 for Aurora. We're going to create 3 of those into a brilliant onyx. We're going to give the brilliant one to Finn first, because he'll use it in the next boss fight. And that took off a faceted onyx for him. And we will give it to Aurora. So now Finn is doing an additional 25% spell power. We can also, let's see. We've got lots of faceted. We could make 2 more faceted diamonds. Oh, but I am gonna want some emeralds for my attackers, so that's okay. I'll keep the diamonds. I'll keep the sapphires for them. Can I make any more No, that would just make pink. Okay, I think I'm good for now. Aurora and Finn both have faceted tourmalines, right? Yes, they do. Oh, you know what? I could make a third one. Blue and green. Let's do that. Let's take a faceted sapphire and a faceted emerald. Make one more faceted tourmaline. Let's take away Finn's. Combine 3 of those. Make a brilliant tourmaline. So now Finn's got a brilliant onyx for 25% spell power, a brilliant tourmaline for 8 extra magic stat. So he's basically maxed out as far as being a strong magician. And on the next boss fight, I will switch these over to Aurora, who has faceted for each of those, which are still pretty good. So both of them are extra strong now. And I've got these spinels on Robert and Oengus and Jen to make them extra fast. So I think everyone's good to go. Okay, so let's do this. We've got another boss fight now. So, as I said before, with all boss fights, we're going to start with a team of Oengus and Robert. We're going to start with an Oengus taunt and a Robert hinder all. Because having your tank taking the hits while your other guy slows everyone down, that's just objectively the best way you should start every fight. So, I'm going to switch to a Robert, hit everyone with a hinder all. We're going to switch to a Oengus. Hit everyone with a taunt. Actually, we can take advantage of Jen. Let's hit everyone with a paralyze all. That's even better. I'm used to my speed runs where I don't have Jen on the team. But since we have her, let's take advantage of her. And look, everyone's just frozen now. So, we're going to switch to Aurora and start hitting everyone with Starlight Alls. Because all these guys are weak to magic, but this ghost here is especially weak to light magic. So Starlight Alls should work fine. Let's switch to a... Oengus, hit everyone else with a cleave all. Ooh! Oh, that was a nasty critical hit. Was not expecting that, but... Geez, Oengus took out 2 of those guys. Now we can just finish him off with a... easy boss fight. That's the advantage to fighting lots of creatures you come across and doing the Stardust glitch, is that it makes the boss fights much easier by the time you get there. Okay, so let's go up here. We don't really have to fight anyone else. Make sure to grab this confession here that's floating around. We're gonna blind this guy and open this chest, because the potent fairy nectars are very nice. And also I think we can go straight down and grab there's an orb in the chest down here. make sure to grab, when you go through this door, make sure to grab this orb here. You get 2 unstoppable elixir alls. Very important. That's for the remaining boss fights. That's pretty much the best thing you can get in these chests is the unstoppable alls. And now for this puzzle here, you're going in the order of a solar eclipse. So if you look at these symbols on the top of the gate here, you go from thin crescent moon, sort of medium crescent moon, thicker crescent moon, and then almost all the way full moon. You can match those up with the statues. So the thinnest crescent moon is here on the statue on the left, who's holding a seashell. So we're going to use that to light up the seashell on the right side of the gate like that. And then the sort of medium crescent moon is this third statue over here who's got like a wing thing that it's holding. So we're going to match that in the middle of the gate. Then we've got the thicker crescent moon over here, second from the left, who's holding a spear. We're going to match that in the top middle of the gate. And then last, we have the mostly full moon from the lady holding the harp over here on the right. We're going to match that to the left side of the gate. And that is the last puzzle that we'll do for this game. So first we're going to fly up here. Blind the ghost if needed. When you pull that switch, we're going to open the orb below to open the gate below so that we can zoom through here real quick. And when you get through here, look to the bottom right. There's a magic Stardust you can grab. We don't need to do this part, but for sake of completion, I'm going to grab this box and pull it down and push it to the right. And you'll see in a few minutes why I did this, because we will sort of come back to here. Okay. When I'm doing my speed runs, I don't bother with that part, but this orb over here is definitely worth grabbing, even if you're doing a fast speed run, because it's got 4 fairy nectars in it. So that's a nice little prize for. It only takes like 2 seconds to grab that. So. Okay, now we could open this here and go straight through this door, but before we do that, we're going to go down and we're going to pull this lever, open this door, come back and get this box. Which opens up this door above to the right. And now let's just grab this critical hit Stardust. And we get a chest with 4 fairy nectars, which is very nice. And now we enter into kind of the final area of the game. Okay. So we are basically in the final area of the game. We are getting close to completion here. We're gonna go We're gonna go over here to the right first, and this green gas that you're in does hurt you every few seconds, but not by much. You probably are fine if you're going at any kind of reasonable rate. But worst case scenario, you can always stop and use a health potion. If you've been making any sort of effort to grab a lot of these chests, you have way more health potions than you need, so it's not a big deal to just stop and use one. So, but don't stress about the green gas. It doesn't hurt you that much. And again, we could fight these enemies for extra practice, but at this point I know that I'm leveled enough to... We've been having a real easy time on these boss fights, so I know I'm good. Make sure to grab this confession up at the top. Oh, I think I already grabbed it earlier. There's a confession up here at the top of the green room. Let's just double check. If we go to confessions. Okay, so I've got all 16 of them. So confessions are done. There's an Xbox achievement for getting all the confessions, or a PlayStation trophy for getting all the confessions. So by this point, if you've been following along with this video, you should have them all. And if for some reason you missed one, I will glance in the comments. I will try to timestamp where everything was. So, and now when we fly up into this area, spikes are gonna start closing in on us. It's not too bad. Like if your health is fine before you start going up through them, then you don't have much to worry about. If your health was low, there's a chance of killing you. You definitely don't want to let these spikes kill you, because if you die and get a game over, you have to redo this whole area. So if you're low on health at all, just pause right now, use a healing tonic. You have plenty of them before you go up to this next area. It's worth it to take a minute to use a health potion rather than to risk getting killed. But as you're flying up, if you can grab some of these orbs and chests, cool. If you can't, don't worry about it. Make sure to grab that faint Stardust on the left side. That's the most important thing to grab. Grab these chests up here. I got another unstoppable elixir all ×2, which is nice. Use one more health potion. Okay, so now I'm good on health. I've got plenty of health potions, plenty of magic potions, plenty of fairy nectars, and I have so many that if you're playing this game for the first time and you enjoyed it and you finish it and you want to play it again, when you go to New Game Plus, you'll keep all these potions. And if you followed along with this video so far, you should have lots of potions like I do now. And that means you'll have so many for the next game that you can go a lot faster. You don't have to worry about exploring as much and opening all the treasure chests. You'll have more potions than you need. So on your next New Game Plus, you can kind of start being more in hardcore speedrun mode. You already have all these potions. You don't need to go find them again. We still have all these Stardusts. We're pretty much good to go for this next fight. We don't really need to do the Stardust glitch again. We could if we wanted to, because we're coming up on a boss fight. I could go start the fight, flee, use all these Stardusts as long as I keep one and never get down to 0. Go back to the boss, flee. I could do that as many times as I wanted. And then when I was ready to fight the boss, I would start it again, flee one more time, make sure my Stardust reset, and then I would go fight the boss. In this case, I think I'm already good. I don't think I need to do it again. Skills, she's good to go. Got to heal all if I need it. I've got a monsoon all, which will be useful in the next game. That's maxed out. Let's go haste or unstoppable. Which one matters more? Let's go for the unstoppable path. So now Oangus has a 10% kiss of death chance of killing any creature. Jen has which one? Let's go with her jump forward jig. Or actually, right, where was her? Didn't she have a passive skill? Okay. Okay, so everyone's good on that. Oculi. Okay, so now okay, so now we have, let's make sure, so the most important things. So in our last two, we're down to the last two boss fights. One is going to be against a water enemy, and one's going to be against a dark enemy. So we want to have, so on our two main attackers during the first fight against the water enemy are going to be Robert and Oangus. They might take a lot of damage, and so we want to put sapphires on them for defensive reasons. So these diamonds have been nice up until now for making sure everyone gets additional XP, but just for these final fights, let's replace this with a brilliant sapphire to increase water damage resistance by 24% to make sure that he stays alive. And same thing with Robert. Let's replace this with a brilliant sapphire to make sure he stays alive. And now because of that, do I have, so I've got two faceted, can I, yeah, that's okay. Can I take a faceted off of, what are my levels at? 44. Is anyone low? No, everyone's about the same. Okay. Those will be fine for next time. So I've got, so again, on my physical attackers of Robert and Oangus, I've got brilliant sapphires on their defense for water resistance. But I also want, I want them to have, I want Robert to have an emerald. Do I have enough for two? No, not yet. So I want Robert to have the biggest emerald possible so that he can do extra damage to the water enemy. I want Oangus to have the biggest citrine possible, which would be this one here. I can't make a bigger one, can I? Red and green I could make. No, not at the moment. I want Oangus to have a faceted citrine on his weapon slot because he's going to do a lot of physical damage against the second and final boss fight against some dark enemies. So Robert has an emerald to do extra damage against the first boss fight of the water enemy, sapphire for defense against the water enemy, spinal to increase his speed. Oangus has citrine to do extra damage against the second boss fight of the dark enemy, sapphire for defense against the first water enemy, spinal to increase his speed. So both of them look good to go. Finn should have, Finn's got, so I'm going to switch these now because Finn will be good against the first water enemy, but then Aurora is going to go against the second light enemy. So I'm gonna switch these. So I'm gonna take off the brilliant onyx and tourmaline for him. Take off her faceted onyx and tourmaline. I'm gonna switch those. Aurora's gonna get the brilliant onyx and the brilliant tourmaline so that she can do the most damage against the final boss. Finn's gonna get the faceted onyx and the faceted tourmaline so that he can still do a good amount of damage against the water boss. And I think everyone else is pretty much good to go. Can't really do much else with, let's see, Finn, Aurora. Yeah, I think that'll do just fine. We could maybe make one more. We could make one more faceted diamond. Who can we put that on? Who would benefit most from that? Let's go with Rubella, because we get her early in the game, so she'll benefit by leveling up a bit if we can. Oh, and actually, we can make one more brilliant diamond. Let's do that. Let's give her a brilliant diamond. So Rubella and Aurora. Actually, let's give that to Finn instead. And we'll give the other one to Rubella. And I think we're good. I don't think we'll need anyone else in battle. Can't hurt to give her that. And yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Everyone's low on health. So, and again, I could do the Stardust glitch again. I could give everyone lots of these Stardusts as long as I stop at 1 and don't go to 0. And then I would start a boss fight, flee, reset my Stardust, and then go do the boss fight again. I could do that as many times as I wanted, but I think I'm already pretty good. So let's just finish this game. Okay, so as with most of our fights, we're going to start with, so actually the easiest thing, since we already have Jen, we might as well take advantage of her. We're going to slow down the primary boss, as usual, but we're going to start with a Jen Paralyze Alt, very strong attack. And let's do a, let's do an Awengus, and do a taunt, and then we'll start attacking everyone. Normally I do a Wengus and Robert does a hinder all to slow them down, but Jen straight up paralyzing them is even better than slowing them down. So let's do a taunt. And now it doesn't matter if their attacks hit first because Jen doesn't get interrupted because of Owengus's taunt. They hit him instead. Boom, frozen. Okay, and now that they are paralyzed and we've got a taunt in, we're gonna switch to. Now we're gonna switch to. Well, we still want to kill these arms first. We want to do lots of physical damage to the arms. So we're going to go. We're going to throw in lots of cleave alls with him. And we're going to switch to Robert and do lots of hinder alls. And actually, rain arrows will take advantage of the emerald that I have on him. Let's see which does more. Those 361. Oh wow. Okay, well that was easy. So I killed the arms in one hit, And now I'm going to focus on the main guy. So I want Finn as my primary attacker with Aurora helping him. So let's switch to Finn. Let's start dropping lightnings. Let's change to Aurora. Give him an elevate damage. Okay, and let's quicken and slow. I could even, rather than slowing, I think I can even hit him with another, yeah, I have enough MP to hit him with another paralyze. Jen's paralyze move is like way overrated or overpowered in this game. Ooh, 1600 damage, that's nice. Okay. So, let's give a... Let's see, who's fast? Party, let's go back to Aurora. Let's make sure Finn is going fast now. Throw on a quicken elixir. Oh, you know what, I could have also switched to Tristis and used his haste ability. That probably would have been slightly better, but that's okay. I have a feeling I'm going to kill this guy fast anyway. Yep. Wow, I'm way overpowered for these fights. That's the advantage to fighting all the optional creatures and doing the Stardust glitches. It makes these boss fights way easier. And now we're gonna get a lot of mandatory cutscenes, and then the final fight for the game. Okay, we've reached the final fight of the game. Like always, we're going to slow down the primary boss, focus on killing the other two first. So let's start with Jen and hit everyone with a paralyze. Let's go with a Aurora can start hitting the other birds with a Starlight All. Oh. Okay, well that was a bad start. I underestimated their speed there. Try this again. Okay. So I probably should have done a, maybe an Owengus taunt would have been a better way to start with this first, because his attack is instant. So I probably should have done an Owengus taunt, followed by a Gen Paralyze. So, let's do that. Let me show you. Let me show you a better way to do this fight then. Okay, so let's fix. Let's do a better start for this fight. Okay. So this time, I'm gonna do Owengus first for a taunt, because that hits instantly. And then I don't have to worry about interrupts. And then Jen can get off her Paralyze All without worrying about being interrupted. Okay, so let's do this a better way. Let's go with Owengus first, with a taunt. We'll go with Jen for the Paralyze All. Let's do a taunt, and then a Paralyze All. And this should work better. So that'll hit instantly, so now even if these other creatures hit before Jen hits, they don't... Oh, I forgot Prey. Prey hits both of them, similar to in a previous boss fight, the ghosts have the Wheel of Death that hits both of them. So, okay, let's try this now. Paralyze All. And let's just do a defend. He's gonna get hit. Okay, so this is bad luck to a fight, because they both did praise. That's kind of an RNG thing, or random number generator thing. Sometimes they don't do praise, but getting hit with two of them early in the fight is basically just bad luck, but that's okay. So let's go, so I'm still okay on health. Let's increase his damage. I'm going to use a damage elixir on himself. Let's try again to hit them with a Paralyze All. Finally, there we go. Okay. So now everyone's paralyzed. Oangus has boosted his attack, so he's just going to start hitting everyone strong with Cleavalls, and he's got the faceted citrine on him to do light damage, so he's going to do a lot of damage to these birds. He's already powered up damage-wise, so now let's make him go fast. So let's switch to Tristus. Let's give him a haste. Now Oangus is oh wow, he took out the birds in one hit. That's impressive. Okay, so I didn't even need to do all that. So now that the birds have been taken out, we can focus on the main enemy. We're gonna switch to Aurora and Finn. Well, I guess I didn't even need to do all that. Let's switch to Aurora. We're gonna do a. Normally, I would do an elevate damage on her, but I think we're gonna be able to just kill this guy quickly. And let's switch to Finn. Start dropping lightnings. And just refill this so we can keep him slowed down. That's not going to help. Hit him with another lightning. Whooped him. We made those boss fights look easy. And we've beat the game. That white screen right there, right after you talked to the final evil stepmother lady, and the white transition screen before this cutscene, that's where we stopped the timer on the speed runs. So the rest of this, well, it's worth finishing for game completion and whatnot. The rest of this doesn't count towards the official speedrun times.
All looked quite lost. The people cowered on 5 hilltops that were nearly undertossed. As the icy deep rose to meet them, who should unexpectedly appear but Aurora resurrected, with a host of creatures queer. Lickety-split, the group split up, and in less than half an hour, Aurora and her friends led the people up the castle tower. They entered to an empty room. The water lapped at their feet. No way out except to drown. Their doom they were sure to meet. But of course Aurora smiled. Before their eyes, astonished shed. To a mirror she led them, and they stepped through it instead. From that day onward in Austria, only a small island remained. My people safe in Lemuria, their future regained. And Lemuria began to grow again, each of us leading together. Soon it will be your turn, princess, to leave on an adventure. Now, my dear, the fire has died, the night is dark and deep. Close your eyes, let go, and drift off to sleep.
Okay, so we have now completed the game. If we look at our inventory, all of our quests were completed. We still have lots of Stardusts that will roll over to the New Game Plus, and we can do the Stardust glitch as many times as we need to in the future. We have all of these oculi that will also roll over to a New Game Plus. All of these skill points would still roll over to the New Game Plus. Yeah, we have all the confessions. So if you were following along with these videos, then you should basically have 100% completion on this game. You should have all the Xbox achievements, all the PlayStation trophies, and if you enjoyed the game, which I hope you did, then feel free to do a new game plus next time. Try it again, see if you can go even faster. Because now you have plenty of potions, plenty of oculi, so you don't really need to explore as much. You don't need to open up all the treasure chests. You don't really need to find all the Stardusts. You already have plenty of all that. So on your new game plus, you can basically do more of a speedrun attempt now, and see how fast you can get through the game. This first playthrough might have taken you 6, 7, 8 hours. Now that you know what you're doing and all your characters are already very strong, your next playthrough you could probably do in 3 or 4 hours, and eventually you can get it to where eventually you can do it in under 2 hours, and when your characters get even stronger, you can eventually get to where you're doing New Game Plus in under an hour. My record is 40-something minutes. So, yeah, if this video helped you at all, leave some comments, leave a like, hit a subscribe, share it with your friends, recommend that they play the game, and I hope that you enjoy the game as much as I do. And we'll see you next time.